Before the darkness takes over, let's make a pact, seal our agreement with a like and subscribe to summon the next nightmare. I have silenced the world for you. No interruptions after minute 15. Just you, the rain, and the story. In return, leave a sign of life. Tell me where you are watching from and what time it is in your world. Lock the door and let's begin. The voice on the phone was mine. I pressed the cold plastic against my ear and heard myself speak. Not an echo, not a recording, my voice, my exact cadence, the way I swallow before bad news. Vincent, it said, platform 7, 6:23. The train derails. My hand trembled. The fluorescent lights above platform 7 buzzed, casting everything in sickly yellow. I could smell the bleach from my last cleaning round, still wet on the concrete mixed with something else. Something metallic I couldn't place. Who is this? You know who this is. The line went dead. My radio crackled to life. Rachel's voice cut through the static, sharp and impatient. Carver, you copy. I need debris cleared from platform 7 before the morning train. You've got 4 minutes. 4 minutes until 6:23. I clipped the radio back to my belt. My breath came shallow. The station was empty at this hour, just me and the hum of distant ventilation. But I wasn't alone. I never was down here. What I didn't know then was that this call would be the first of many. I walked toward platform 7, my boots echoing in the maintenance tunnel. Each step felt heavier than the last. The emergency lighting cast long shadows that seemed to move wrong, delayed, like they were following something else. That's when I saw it. A phone lying on the platform edge, screen glowing, ringing. I stepped closer. The sound pierced the silence, shrill and insistent. I bent down. Read the caller ID. It said me, and the timestamp showed 6:19 a.m. Exactly now. But the call had come in 4 minutes ago. My mind raced back to 5 nights earlier, when I first found it. 3 in the morning, platform 7. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead like dying insects, casting everything in that sickly yellow glow that made even my own hands look corpse pale. Cold down there, always cold even though it was June. I dragged my mop across the concrete, the bleach smell sharp in my nostrils, burning the back of my throat. That's when I saw it. A phone, just lying there on the platform edge. I set the mop against the wall, picked it up. The screen was still bright, fully charged. My thumb hovered over the power button, but the display lit up on its own. One missed call. Caller ID, ME. I blinked, squinted at the timestamp. 9:14 a.m. 6 hours ahead. Some drunk passenger must have messed with the settings before dropping it. That's what I told myself. That's what made sense. But here's what didn't make sense. What I didn't tell anyone. The phone was warm. Not room temperature. Warm. Like someone had just been holding it. The platform was empty. Had been empty for an hour. I turned it in to Brian at Lost and Found that morning, made some joke about passengers who couldn't hold their liquor. He tossed it in a cardboard box without even logging it, sloppy as always. I went home, slept, came back the next night. 3 a.m., platform 7, I started my sweep. And there it was again. Same phone, same spot, same impossible glow in the darkness. I stopped breathing. The mop clattered to the floor, the sound echoing down the empty tunnel like a gunshot. Because this time I noticed something else. The missed call timestamp had changed, and what it showed made my blood run cold. I spent my lunch break in the archive room. The basement smelled like mildew and forgotten paperwork. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, flickering every few seconds. I pulled the Platform 7 incident reports going back 40 years. My hands shook as I turned pages. The paper felt brittle, cold, 3 derailments, all on Platform 7. October 5th, 1984. 6:23 a.m. Track debris. June 12, 2002. 6:23 a.m. Track debris. March 9, 2015. 6:23 a.m. Track debris. The same time every single time. I wiped sweat from my forehead despite the chill. Can you imagine finding a pattern like that? Coincidence doesn't repeat with that kind of precision. I flipped through maintenance logs looking for what? I didn't know. Proof that I wasn't losing my mind, maybe. But what I found instead made everything worse. A log from 9 years ago. Routine cleaning schedule. Night shift assignments. I scanned the signatures at the bottom of each page. Different names, different handwriting. Then I stopped. My signature not similar, not close, exact. The way I looped the V in Vincent. The way I crossed my T's too high. My employee number beneath it. I never worked here 9 years ago. I was still married then, still living upstate. I didn't even move to the city until 6 years ago. My finger traced the ink. It didn't smudge. Wasn't a photocopy. Original pen. Original pressure marks on the paper. I checked the date again. Checked my own signature again. The archive room suddenly felt smaller. The lights buzzed louder. My breath came in short gasps. If I signed that log 9 years ago, then where was I? And what else had I forgotten? I called in sick for the first time in 3 years. Rachel's voice on the phone was sharp, skeptical. "You sound fine to me, Carver." "Stomach thing," I lied, staring at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. The fluorescent bulb overhead flickered once, twice. "I can't make it tonight," she sighed. "Fine, but I need documentation if this becomes a pattern. A pattern, if only she knew. I locked every door in my apartment, checked the windows, drew the blinds. At midnight, I sat on my couch with the lights on, watching infomercials with the volume turned up. The normalcy felt like a lifeline. People selling cookware. People buying things they didn't need. A world where time moved forward. At 2 a.m. the lights flickered. Not like before. This was different, slower, deliberate. The bulbs dimmed to amber, then surged back to white. The hum of electricity became a pulse. I stood, heart hammering against my ribs. The subway rumble started beneath my feet. Have you ever felt something that shouldn't exist? A vibration traveling through 6 floors of concrete and steel, climbing up through the foundation, rattling the coffee mug on my table. My building isn't near the subway. The nearest line runs 4 blocks east. The rumble grew louder. My phone rang. I looked at the screen. Caller ID, ME. My thumb hovered over the red button. I could answer. I could ignore it. What would you do? The ringing filled my apartment, too loud, too sharp, each tone drilling into my skull like a warning I couldn't decode. I didn't answer. The ringing stopped. The rumble stopped. The lights steadied. Silence wrapped around me like cold water, and for one desperate moment I thought I'd won. I was wrong. At 3 a.m., I opened my eyes. Cold air bit my exposed skin. The smell of bleach and damp concrete filled my lungs. Overhead, fluorescent lights buzzed in their familiar rhythm. My fingers gripped something solid, the handle of my cleaning cart. I stood on platform 7, holding my supplies, my uniform still on, my shoes still laced. I had no memory of leaving home. But what I found in my pocket would make me wish I'd answered that call. My hand found it before my mind did. The phone, smooth glass against my palm, still warm, still charged. I pulled it from my pocket under the flickering lights of platform 7 and something inside me snapped. The custodial office was empty at 3:15 in the morning. I grabbed the hammer from the tool cabinet, laid the phone on the concrete floor, raised the hammer high. The first strike sent cracks spiderwebbing across the screen. The sound echoed off metal lockers, sharp, final. I hit it again, again. Glass shattered into glittering pieces. The battery split open with a chemical smell that burned my nostrils. I kept swinging until my shoulder ached, until the phone was nothing but fragments and twisted metal and circuit board dust. Have you ever been so desperate you destroy the one thing that might give you answers? I scooped the pieces into a trash bag, walked to the compactor behind the maintenance room. The machine groaned as it swallowed the bag. I watched through the small window as the crusher descended, metal grinding against metal, a sound like bones breaking. The bag compressed into a flat, unrecognizable disc. I exhaled for what felt like the first time in hours. The rest of my shift passed in a haze of normalcy I hadn't felt in days. I mopped platform 4, restocked paper towels in the restrooms. Rachel's voice crackled over the radio at 5:30, asking about supply inventory. I answered with steady words, professional, grounded. At 6 a.m., I did my final sweep of platform 7, but what I found there would prove that some things refuse to stay broken. The phone sat on the bench, same spot as always. Screen intact, not a scratch. I picked it up with trembling fingers. Cold, impossibly cold, like it had been in a freezer, not freshly charged. I turned it over. One missed call. Caller ID, ME. The timestamp had changed. It no longer read 6 hours ahead. It read 6:23 tomorrow. I stood there, staring at the phone in my hand. The timestamp glowed. 6:23 tomorrow, not 6 hours ahead anymore. You look different. The voice came from behind me, rough, like gravel scraped over concrete. I spun around. The homeless man stood 5 feet away. Jerry, I think someone had called him once. He smelled like old newspapers and rain-soaked wool. Different haircut, he said. His eyes didn't blink. But same face. Same name tag. My throat tightened. I don't. Vincent Carver. He pronounced each syllable carefully like he'd practiced. I remember you. The platform felt colder. Have you ever had someone look at you like they've seen your ghost? That's how Jerry stared. Not at me, through me. You don't know me, I said. I do. He stepped closer. His breath came in short, wheezing bursts. Seen you dive 4 times now, always here. Always platform 7. He pointed one yellowed fingernail at the ground beneath our feet. Always at 6:23. My pulse hammered in my ears. The phone grew heavy in my palm. You're confused, I said. I've never, you have. Jerry reached into his coat. The fabric rustled. He pulled out a notebook, small, spiral-bound, the cover warped from moisture. He opened it with trembling hands. The pages were filled with dates, hundreds of them, all handwritten in cramped, desperate letters, all circled in red ink. But what I saw next made my knees buckle. Every single date was the same month, the same day, the same year, today's date. And beside each one in Jerry's shaking scrawl were 2 words repeated over and over: he died. He died. He died. How many times? Jerry's voice cracked. How many times are you going to let it happen? I could change it. If I couldn't escape the loop, maybe I could break it from the inside. The maintenance tunnels smelled like rust and old grease as I descended the access ladder near platform 7. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, finding the track switch mechanism. A metal box bolted to the tunnel wall, wires snaking into the concrete like veins. I yanked the manual override lever. Hard. The metal groaned, then clicked. The switch indicator light shifted from green to amber. Platform 7 was now disconnected from the 6:23 train route. Back in the custodial office, I filled out Form 412B with trembling hands. Track obstruction, structural concerns, recommend reroute until inspection complete. I checked every box that would force a delay. At 4:47 a.m. I radioed Rachel. Carver to supervisor. I need to file an emergency maintenance report. Her response came through laced with static. This better be legitimate, Vincent. Platform 7. Track switch shows signs of metal fatigue. Could be dangerous. Silence. Then, fine. I'll reschedule the 6:23 to 7 a.m. You're doing the inspection yourself tomorrow. I exhaled. For the first time in days, my chest didn't feel like it was being crushed. But the relief wouldn't last long. At 6:22 a.m., I stood on platform 4 watching the clock. 1 minute until the moment I always died. The station felt too quiet, too still. Then I heard it, a sharp metallic click echoing from the tunnels below. The same sound the track switch had made when I pulled it, only in reverse. My radio crackled to life. Rachel's voice, cold, mechanical, wrong somehow. Carver, I need you to clear debris from platform 7 before the 6:23 arrives. I looked at my watch. The schedule had changed back, and I realized something far worse than dying. I'd been trying to stop this before. The floor tilts beneath me. I blink, and I am standing on platform 4, mop in hand, squeezing dirty water into the bucket. The fluorescent lights hum their usual rhythm, but I am also still on platform 7, watching myself on platform 4, both places at once. My hands shake, both sets of them. The station stretches like taffy pulled too far. Platform 4 bleeds into platform 7. The walls curve wrong. The distance between them collapses and expands with each breath I take. Can you imagine feeling yourself exist in 2 places? Watching your own back while also being that person who doesn't know he's watched. I see myself walking toward the lost and found room. Yesterday, or last week. Time has lost its edges. Brian takes the phone from my hand. I watch it happen. I am handing it to him. His bored expression, the way he tosses it into a cardboard box without looking. But what I witnessed next shattered everything I thought I understood about the loop. I am answering the phone now. On platform 7, my own voice crackling through the speaker, warning about the derailment. I watch my face go pale. I feel my face go pale, the same moment, different nights, all nights. The smell hits me, burning metal, acrid and sharp, coating my throat. The derailment, I hear it screeching. Twisting steel, screams that echo from nowhere and everywhere. The sound doesn't come from ahead of me. It comes from inside the walls, from beneath the tiles, from yesterday and tomorrow. It has already happened. It is always happening. The phone rings in my pocket. I never picked it up. It is there anyway. The station shudders. Every loop plays at once, stacked on top of each other like transparencies held to light. And then I see what Jerry meant when he said he watched me die. Reality snapped back. One point in time, one body, 6:22 a.m., platform 7. The fluorescent lights above me buzzed their usual sickly hum. Cold air pressed against my face, carrying the metallic taste of brake dust and old rust. My boots stood rooted to cracked tile. I was here, just here, not fragmented across platforms or looping through memories. Solid, present. The phone buzzed in my right pocket. I froze. My hand had been empty seconds ago, minutes ago. I couldn't remember picking it up. I never picked it up. The weight pressed against my thigh anyway, vibrating in steady pulses. Ring, ring, ring. Through the tunnel ahead, a distant rumble grew louder. The 6:23 Express. I felt it through the soles of my feet, that familiar tremor climbing up my legs, rattling my spine. Rachel's voice exploded from my radio. "Vincent, debris on 7. Clear it now or we delay the whole goddamn morning rush." Static crackled. Her words distorted, repeated. "Clear it now, clear it now." The debris sat 15 feet ahead. Metal brackets, coiled wire, the same pile I'd seen for. How many loops? How many times had I walked toward it, bent down, cleared it away? But I didn't know which choice would break the cycle. The train's headlight appeared in the tunnel mouth, a white eye growing brighter. The rails began to sing, that high-pitched metal whine building toward 6:23. 1 minute, 60 seconds. 3 paths stretched before me like branches splitting. I could board the train, throw myself into its path or through its doors, force something different. I could clear the debris, do my job, follow protocol, let the loop continue. Or I could run. Leave the phone behind, abandon the platform, escape whatever held me here. What would you do, knowing every choice might seal you into this moment forever? The phone kept ringing. My own voice waited on the other end, warning me, or lying to me. I didn't know anymore which version of myself to trust. The train was 30 seconds away. The platform trembled. Rachel's static voice repeated clearance demands. My hand hovered near my pocket, near the debris, near the stairwell leading up and out. And that's when I realized the truth. Whatever choice I made at 6:23 had already been made, was always being made, would never stop being made. I reached forward. I pulled the phone from my pocket. The screen glowed against the darkness. The train's headlights swept around the curve. Closer now. I could hear the wheels screaming against the rails. I dropped it. The phone clattered onto the tracks. Lay there. Still ringing, I stepped back. 6:23. The train hit the phone dead center. A burst of white sparks exploded outward, so bright I had to shield my eyes. The smell of burning electronics filled the platform. Acrid, chemical, wrong. The train wheels shrieked. Metal grinding metal. My chest tightened. Waited for the derailment. Waited for the sound of cars folding like paper. But the train passed safely. The tail lights disappeared into the tunnel. Silence rushed back in. Cold air settled on my skin. I exhaled. Didn't even realize I'd been holding my breath. Rachel's voice crackled on the radio. "Carver, morning shift's here, you're clear." My shift ended. I went home, slept for the first time in days. Dreamless, heavy. When I woke, sunlight streamed through my apartment window. Real sunlight. I made coffee, watched the clock, felt normal, but what I didn't know then would change everything. The next night I returned to work, midnight shift. Same routine, same platforms. I told myself it was over, that dropping the phone had broken something, fixed something. At 3 a.m. I walked past platform 7 during my sweep. A phone sat on the bench. I stopped, stared at it. Fully charged, screen glowing in the dim fluorescent light. I picked it up with trembling fingers. One missed call. Caller ID, ME. The timestamp read 6:23 a.m. today, 6 hours from now. The cycle hadn't ended. It had never ended. What would you do, knowing every choice leads back here? Knowing you'll stand on this platform forever, holding this phone, watching that train approach. I pressed the phone to my ear. It was already ringing. The coffee was always black, never cream. I balanced the porcelain cup on its saucer as I climbed the stairs to the second floor. 3 a.m. exactly. The Ashmont Hotel settled around me with its usual creaks. Old wood breathing, copper pipes ticking behind the walls. My footsteps on the threadbare carpet made no sound. They never did anymore, but I hadn't thought much about it. Room 12's door waited at the end of the hallway. Floral wallpaper peeled at the edges. The air smelled wrong up here. Not the usual bergamot and old carpet. Something colder, metallic. I knocked twice. "Come in," a voice said from inside, soft, familiar. The door wasn't locked. It never was. I pushed it open with my elbow, careful not to spill the coffee. The room was dark except for a sliver of light beneath the bathroom door. "Sir, your coffee." The bathroom door opened. But what I saw standing there would shatter everything I thought I knew about the last 6 days. The man stepped into the dim light. He wore a porter's uniform, navy blue with brass buttons, exactly like mine. The name tag pinned to his chest caught the glow from the hallway. Ian Hollies, my name. He held something in his palm, another name tag scratched. Old. He extended it toward me, and I saw my own name engraved there too. "You've been very reliable," he whispered. His voice scraped like rust. 6 nights in a row. I set the coffee down. My hand trembled. I don't understand." He reached into his pocket, pulled out a brass room key, held it up so I could see the engraving. "Ian Hollies, room 12. Your shift ended 6 days ago." His tired eyes met mine. "You died in the stairwell. The air left my lungs. You've been delivering coffee to yourself." And that's when I remembered the taste of blood in my mouth. and the sound of my skull cracking against the railing. My mind raced back, 6 nights earlier, before I understood what I'd become. The shift started like all the others. I clocked in at 11 p.m., the brass time card slot cold against my knuckles. The Ashmont Hotel lobby stretched empty before me, marble counter gleaming under dim Art Deco fixtures, the smell of old carpet and bergamot hanging thick in the air. Providence slept outside those tall windows. Inside I was alone. That's how I preferred it. No day staff asking how I was. No concerned managers like Claire leaving voicemails I wouldn't return. Just me and the routine. Reliable Ian Hollies. Never took a sick day. Never complained about the exhaustion that had settled into my bones like frost. At 3 a.m. exactly, the phone rang. The sound cut through the silence, sharp and insistent. I lifted the receiver. Front desk. A voice. Barely a whisper. Room 12. Black coffee, no cream, no sugar. Right away, sir. I should have noticed something then. The way the request felt. Familiar, like I'd heard it before, though this was the first call all night. But what happened next would unravel everything I thought I knew. I prepared the coffee in the back room, hands moving through muscle memory. Carried the tray to the elevator. The ascent hummed in my ears, too loud, too slow. Second floor. The hallway stretched before me, narrow and dim. Room 12's door stood slightly ajar. I knocked twice. Room service. Come in. The man sat on the bed's edge, hotel robe hanging loose on his frame. He looked tired, 60s maybe. Eyes that had seen too many sleepless nights. He took the coffee without looking at me. Same time tomorrow, he said, not a question, a fact. I nodded, turned to leave. That's when I heard it, the lobby clock downstairs ticking backward. Once. Just once. I paused in the doorway, glanced at the hallway mirror. My reflection moved a half-second behind me. I blinked. It blinked. After. And I realized the hotel had already started rewriting me. I ran. Down the second-floor hallway. Past the elevator with its tarnished brass doors. My shoes struck the carpet in rhythm with my heartbeat, fast, too fast. The stairwell door loomed ahead and I shoved through it without thinking. Cold air hit my face. The smell of mildew and something metallic filled my lungs. The service stairs spiraled upward and down. Dim yellow bulb overhead. I gripped the railing and looked up toward the third-floor landing. That's when I saw it. A body, slumped against the wall, porter uniform. Dark stain spreading across the chest. Head tilted at a wrong angle. One arm bent beneath, fingers curled. The blood had soaked into the fabric, dried in patches that looked almost black in the weak light. I climbed the stairs. Each step felt like wading through water. My legs refused to move properly, but I forced them. Up, up. The copper smell grew stronger. The face was mine. What would you do? Would you touch it? Make sure it was real? I knelt beside myself. The skin was cold when I pressed 2 fingers to the neck. Waxy. No pulse. Of course, no pulse. The eyes were half open, staring at nothing. A thin line of dried blood traced from the temple down to the jaw. But what I discovered next would unravel everything I thought I understood. I fumbled for my phone. Hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. 911. I tried to dial. The screen lit up, but the numbers. They rearranged themselves, became extensions. Room numbers, I pressed the buttons anyway. The phone rang once, twice. A recorded voice answered, "You have reached the front desk, please hold." No, I tried again. Same result. Internal extension. I scrolled through my contacts, they were all gone. Replaced with hotel departments that didn't exist. Housekeeping, maintenance, room service, concierge. I tried to call out. My voice echoed in the stairwell, bouncing off concrete walls. "Help! Someone please!" Silence swallowed the words. I ran back down, burst through the lobby doors. The marble counter sat empty. No one behind the desk. The brass bell gleamed under the chandelier light, but when I struck it, the sound died instantly. No echo, no resonance. "Claire," I called out. Claire Dunbar, the day manager. She should have arrived by now. What time was it? I checked the clock above the desk. 3:15 a.m., still night, but hadn't I been working for hours? Days, the light outside the windows showed nothing, just black glass reflecting the lobby back at me. I walked to the front doors, pushed them open. The lobby greeted me on the other side. I was standing behind the front desk, facing the entrance I just walked through. Can you imagine that? Walking forward and ending up where you started. I tried again. Side exit. Emergency exit. Every door opened to the same space. The hotel folded in on itself, trapping me in its geometry. That's when the real truth began to surface. I moved through the hallways, checking rooms, knocking on doors, shouting names I'd seen in the guest registry. No one answered. I climbed to the second floor, the third, the fourth. Every hallway stretched empty, carpet worn in familiar paths, sconces burning with soft light, but no sounds, no footsteps, no televisions murmuring through walls, no water running in pipes. The hotel breathed around me, but it was empty of life. I returned to the front desk and opened the guest book. My hands left smudges on the pages. The last check-in was dated 6 days ago. The last checkout 8 days before that. No one had come. No one had left. And I had been delivering coffee every night to a guest who shouldn't exist in a hotel where no one was supposed to be. The silence pressed against my eardrums. I could hear my own pulse now, a frantic drumbeat that matched the ticking of the clock. Except, I turned to look. The clock was ticking backward again. 3:14, 3:13, 3:12. I stood there, alone in the Ashmont Hotel, staring at my own body in the stairwell 3 floors above, and realized with growing horror that I had been alone for days. But if I'd been alone, who had I been serving all this time? I wasn't alone anymore. The footsteps came first, soft, deliberate, echoing from the second-floor corridor where no guest should have been. I froze at the front desk, listening to the rhythm, a slow shuffle followed by something that sounded like water dripping on carpet. Each step left a wet sound behind it. The woman appeared at the top of the staircase. Her nightgown hung loose and stained, fabric clinging to her frame like it had never dried. The pattern was floral, faded pastels from decades ago, the kind my mother wore in old photographs. Her feet were bare. They left dark prints on the burgundy runner. She looked at me and smiled. "We've been watching you," she said. Her voice was soft, familiar, like a neighbor you'd known for years. Every night with your little coffee tray. My throat closed. I tried to step back, but the marble counter pressed cold against my spine. Who, 6 trips to room 12, she continued, descending one step at a time. Same order, same time, you never looked at us once. Another figure emerged from the hallway behind her. A man. His skin had the gray-green pallor of something pulled from deep water, clothes hanging heavy and soaked. He nodded at me like we'd just been introduced at a cocktail party. "Welcome to the Ashmont," he said. The smell hit me then, mildew and old perfume mixed with the bergamot that always clung to the lobby air. But underneath, something else, something wrong. They moved closer, not threatening, just present. "You're the newest one," the woman said gently. And that's when I understood what they truly meant by welcome. I ran, my footsteps echoed down the corridor, multiplied, became a dozen sets of boots pounding carpet. I didn't look back, couldn't. The front doors glowed ahead, brass handles, frosted glass, escape. I hit the doors hard. Cold metal burned my palms. They swung open to bergamot air and marble tile. The lobby, the same lobby, behind me now, ahead of me simultaneously. No, I'd run straight. I tried again. Pushed through the doors, felt autumn wind on my face for half a breath. Then bergamot, then marble under my boots. The brass bell sat on the counter, gleaming, mocking. Third time, fourth. Each time the doors opened to the place I'd just left. The hallways then, service corridors, loading dock. I ran until my legs ached with remembered exhaustion. The second-floor hallway stretched before me, impossibly long. Room 7, room 9, room 7 again. The numbers repeated like a stutter. Room 12 appeared on both sides of the hall simultaneously. What would you do when every door leads back to the cage? But the real horror was waiting at the front desk. The guest book lay open. Old leather, pages yellowed and swollen with decades of humidity. I'd signed guests in and out 1,000 times, never really looked at the entries before mine. I looked now. Oh God, my name, Ian Hollies, Ian Hollies, Ian Hollies. Hundreds of times, thousands. Signatures marching back through the pages. 1998 in confident script. 1973 in careful printing. 1952 in fountain pen loops that bled through the paper. The handwriting changed, decade after decade. Different hands, different lives, but always the same name. The hotel wasn't just trapping me, it was erasing who I'd been, replacing me, making me into every porter who'd ever died here. And I could feel it happening. My memories blurring at the edges, my signature already shifting into something that wasn't quite mine anymore. The pain came back first, not all at once, in fragments, like glass breaking in slow motion, each shard catching light before it falls. I stood at the front desk, staring at my name written in 100 different hands, and my chest tightened. The same tightness, the one I'd ignored. It happened. When, 1 week ago, maybe longer, time felt slippery here like water through my fingers. I remembered the beginning of my shift, clocking in, the usual routine. Coffee at 3 a.m. for room 12, but before that, oh God, before that, my chest had ached, sharp, insistent, like something twisting between my ribs. I'd ignored it. Of course I did. Have you ever been so tired you can't tell the difference between exhaustion and dying? The memory surfaced clearer now. I'd taken a break, just 5 minutes. Told myself I needed air, but the hotel didn't have air. only the stale bergamot smell mixing with something metallic. Copper old pennies. I'd climbed the stairwell, hand pressed to my chest, counting breaths. 1, 2, 3. The landing on the third floor. I sat on the top step. Cold concrete through my uniform. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. Too fast, too loud, like fists pounding a locked door from the inside. But what I remembered next, that's when the truth began to surface. The dizziness hit without warning. The walls tilted. I tried to stand, but my legs weren't mine anymore. They buckled. I reached for the railing. Missed. My body lurched forward. Time stretched. I watched my hand grasp at empty air. Then the impact. My head struck the railing. A sound like wood splitting. Pain bloomed across my skull, white-hot and absolute. I tasted metal, blood flooding my mouth, coating my teeth, sliding down my throat. The world flipped. Ceiling became floor. Floor became darkness. And I fell through the nothing, fell through time itself, until I woke up at the front desk, clipboard in hand, ready to start my shift. Except, did I wake up, or did the hotel wake me? Did it breathe life back into my lungs just to trap me in its walls? I touched my head now. No wound, no blood, but I remembered the wetness, the warmth spreading beneath my skull, the way my vision narrowed to a pinpoint, then vanished completely. I died on those stairs. I died. And then I worked my shift. The guest book lay open before me. My signatures stared back. Different hands, different years. 53, 73, 98. They all remembered this moment too. They all stood here, piecing together their deaths, realizing the hotel had already written their ending. The lobby clock ticked backward. Once, twice. I looked up at the stairwell door. And that's when I understood. I'd been climbing those stairs every night, replaying my death over and over, thinking it was routine. I took the stairs two at a time back to room 12. The worn carpet muffled my footsteps, but the old wood beneath still groaned under my weight. My hand trembled as I reached for the door. It opened before I could knock. The guest stood there in his robe, holding that familiar cup of black coffee. Steam rose between us, carrying the bitter smell that had marked every delivery for 6 nights. "You," I said, my voice cracked. "Tell me what this is." He stepped aside, gestured me in. The room was cold, colder than any room should be. I crossed the threshold and the door closed behind me with a soft click that sounded too final. "Sit," he said. "I'll stand." He smiled, tired, sad. "I said the same thing 3 weeks ago." My chest tightened. "What do you mean?" "I was you." He set the coffee cup on the nightstand, his hands. I recognized the scar on his left thumb, the one I got from a broken luggage clasp 2 years ago. I delivered coffee to this room every night at 3 a.m. I found my body in the stairwell. I read the guest book, all of it. But what he said next would strip away the last thread of hope I was clinging to. He turned to face me fully, and the shadows in the room seemed to shift. His features blurred at the edges, then sharpened again. My own face stared back at me, older, more hollow, but unmistakably mine. "No," I whispered. "That's not. This hotel keeps us," he said, and his voice was my voice, just worn down by weeks of speaking these same words. "We serve forever. You delivered coffee to me because I was you 3 weeks ago. Now you become the guest. The next porter will serve you. The cycle continues." I stepped back. hit the wall. The floral wallpaper felt damp under my palms. Can you imagine discovering your future is nothing but an endless loop of the worst night of your life? The hotel feeds on us, he continued. His eyes, my eyes, held decades of exhaustion. It takes everything we sacrificed. All those missed lunches, all those ignored warning signs, every time we chose work over living. He moved closer. It turns devotion into fuel. The room seemed to tighten around me, the walls breathing in as I tried to breathe out. And that's when I understood what being trapped truly meant. No, I hurled the coffee cup against the wall. Porcelain exploded, a sharp crack that rang through room 12 like a gunshot. The guest didn't flinch, he just watched. Watched me with those tired eyes that were somehow mine, 3 weeks older, 3 weeks deeper into this nightmare. I'm not you, I said, my voice shook. I won't become you. You already are, the walls groaned. Not like settling wood or old pipes, like breathing. I turned, ran, out into the hallway where the carpet smelled like bergamot and mildew and something bitter I couldn't name. My shoes pounded against the floor, but the sound came back wrong, delayed by half a heartbeat, like the building was tasting each step before releasing it. Every door I passed had a brass plaque. Room 12, Room 12, Room 12. I stopped, spun around, behind me, the same. Identical doors stretched in both directions, fading into darkness that the hallway lights couldn't touch. Can you imagine, every room the same, every number a lie? But what I saw when I opened the first door made my breath stop entirely. My uniform hung in the closet, navy blazer, brass name tag, Ian Holly's night porter. The fabric swayed though no air moved. I slammed the door, tried the next one. Same closet, same uniform, same name tag catching the light. Behind me, porcelain scraped against carpet. I turned slowly. The coffee stain from room 12 was spreading, crawling across the hallway floor like spilled ink. No, like blood, dark and wet and wrong. It moved toward me with purpose, tendrils reaching, and the smell, oh God, the smell wasn't coffee anymore. It was copper, metallic. The taste of it filled my mouth even though I hadn't touched it. The walls shifted inward. An inch, then another. Ian, my name whispered from behind every door. A dozen voices, 100, all mine, all slightly different. Ian Holly's. Ian, Ian. The hallway compressed. The doors multiplied. My reflection appeared in brass plaques that hadn't been polished in decades, fractured into countless versions of the same exhausted face. I pressed my hands against the walls to push back, but the wallpaper felt warm, pulse-like. The floral pattern seemed to writhe under my palms, and I realized with creeping horror that I could feel the building around me. Or was it inside me? My name tag, the one still pinned to my chest, grew hot against my skin. The stain reached my shoes, soaked through the leather. Cold seeped into my bones, but the name tag burned hotter, branding me, claiming me. The whispers grew louder, layering over each other until they weren't words anymore, just a single sustained note that vibrated through my skull. I wasn't wearing the uniform anymore. I was the uniform. I was the carpet and the doors and the brass fixtures and the coffee stain spreading through the veins of the hotel like poison. My thoughts scattered across 24 rooms. I could feel guests sleeping in beds I'd never seen, feel the weight of their dreams pressing down through floorboards that were somehow my ribs, my spine, my no. No, no, I bit down on my tongue, tasted blood, real blood, my blood. The pain anchored me for one desperate moment, but the hotel was patient, and it had been hungry for so very long. I became the basement, not walked down, not discovered. The memory flooded through me like water through pipes, because I was the pipes now, the walls, the foundation. The hotel's history poured into my fractured consciousness, and I couldn't close my eyes against it. Mildew, sharp and wet in my throat. Or, did I still have a throat? The records room materialized around me. Concrete floor. Metal shelving units lined with ledgers, their spines cracked and faded. A single bulb swung overhead, though no breeze stirred the air. The cold pressed against me, into me, through me. My hands, translucent, barely there, reached for the nearest ledger. The leather binding felt distant, like touching something through plastic wrap. I pulled it open. Dust rose, smelling of old paper and ink that had turned brown decades ago. Employee records. Night shift. The dates made my stomach drop, or the memory of having a stomach. 1952. Edward Holly's night porter. Last seen March 14th. Vanished during shift. Body never recovered. I turned the page. 1973. Daniel Holly's night porter disappeared April 9th. Stairwell, third floor, heart failure suspected. My fingers trembled. The pages felt like skin. 1998. Michael Holly's night porter, found deceased. Can you imagine? Seeing your name over and over, different first names, but always Holly's, always night porter, always the stairwell. The pattern screamed at me. Every 15 to 25 years. Same shift. Same death. All of them overworked. Exhausted. The hotel notes were clinical. Excessive overtime, refused vacation, ignored health warnings. The hotel hunted us. It found men who sacrificed everything for work, who replaced human connection with routine, who poured themselves into service until there was nothing left. But what I found on the final page shattered everything I thought I understood about time. The ledger from 1952 lay open before me. At the bottom, beneath Edward Holly's termination record, a signature line for personnel acknowledgement. The handwriting was mine, not similar, not close. Mine. The same loop on the capital, the same compressed age. The signature I'd written on time cards for 3 years. Ian Holly's. March 15, 1952. I staggered back. The ledger slipped from my hands, but it didn't fall, it hovered, pages fluttering in that impossible breeze. I hadn't died 6 days ago. I had been here for 73 years. 73 years, I stopped fighting. What would you do? I'd been dead longer than I'd been alive. The Ashmont didn't trap me. It became me. I became it. At 3 in the morning, I prepared the coffee. My hands moved through the ritual without thought. Black. No sugar. The bitter smell of burnt grounds filled the break room like incense at a funeral. Steam curled upward in the cold air. The cup warmed my palms, the first real heat I'd felt in days. Or decades. I carried it through the hallways. Each step echoed. The carpet runner muffled nothing. My shoes struck hardwood like nails in a coffin. Room numbers blurred past. 4, 7, 9, I didn't need to count. My body knew the path. Room 12 waited at the end. The door stood open, just a crack. Yellow light spilled into the hallway like something alive. I paused at the threshold. Inside, I couldn't see walls, couldn't see floor, just that light, infinite and empty and patient. But what I understood then changed everything. The hotel didn't want to destroy me. It wanted me to serve. Forever. This was my purpose. The only thing I'd ever been good at. Reliability, sacrifice, showing up when no one else would. I stepped inside. The light swallowed me whole, warm, suffocating. The door clicked shut behind me with the soft finality of a held breath released. Downstairs, a young man clocked in for his first shift. Night porter, Ashmont Hotel. He smoothed his uniform, checked his name tag twice. Wanted to make a good impression. Needed this job, would prove himself. Wouldn't complain. Wouldn't call in sick. The phone rang. He answered, professional, eager, room 12, black coffee, 3 a.m. exactly. He smiled, easy enough. He could do that. The phone rang at 2:38 a.m. I reached for the handset, the plastic cold against my palm, and the fluorescent lights above me hummed their usual lullaby. The dispatch office smelled like burnt coffee and 3 hours of silence. Ridgeline Towing, this is Trevor. Static crackled. Then, a voice I knew. Trevor, it's Boyd. My stomach dropped. Boyd Keller hadn't shown up for his shift tonight. Rita left me a voicemail about it 6 hours ago. Said he'd vanished somewhere on Route 44 during last night's run. Radio went dead, truck stopped moving. Search and rescue found nothing. Boyd, I sat up straighter, gripping the handset. Where the hell are you? Everyone's been looking. Need a tow, he said. His voice sounded wrong. Like someone had recorded him speaking and played it backward, then forward again. The cadence was off. Too slow, too smooth. What's your location? Route 44, mile marker 13. The same spot. The exact same spot where his GPS had blinked out last night. What would you do if your missing coworker called from the place he disappeared? I pulled up the GPS tracking system, fingers trembling as I typed in Boyd's truck number. The screen loaded. There it was, his last known position frozen at mile marker 13. Transmission stopped at 2:51 a.m., 24 hours ago. But I was hearing his voice right now. Boyd, listen to me. Are you hurt? How are you calling? Your phone should be. Just send someone, he said, and this time I heard it clearly. The words came out smooth, but underneath them, like an echo, they played backward. Syllables reversing, folding into themselves. My hands started shaking. Who is this? The line went silent except for static that sounded almost like breathing. And then I realized something that made my blood turn to ice. What I was hearing on that call would haunt me for the rest of the night. My hands shook as I dialed Rita's cell. 3 rings, 4. Then her voicemail, that bored bureaucratic drawl I'd heard 100 times. You've reached Rita Malone. I'm unavailable. Leave a message after the tone. Rita, it's Trevor. I need you to call me back. Now it's about Boyd. I got a call from him from Route 44. The same. The beep cut me off. I slammed the receiver down and the sound echoed through the concrete room like a gunshot. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, that relentless mosquito whine that burrowed into my skull. I tasted burnt coffee at the back of my throat. Bitter, metallic, wrong. I pulled up the staff schedule on the terminal, fingers sticky against the keys. The screen glowed sickly green in the dark office. I scrolled to this week's rotation, looking for Rita's emergency contact. For anyone, my name stared back at me. Trevor Hatch. Night dispatch. Status, deceased. Called in 3 days ago. I blinked, read it again. The letters didn't change. What the hell? A glitch had to be, some database error. I'd been here every night this week. Hadn't I? The memory felt slippery, like trying to hold water in my fists. I switched to the Route 44 camera feeds. Maybe I could see Boyd's truck, confirm he was really out there. Static. All 6 feeds showed nothing but churning gray snow, and through the dead pixels I swore I heard breathing. I grabbed my phone, texted Rita, then Jenna from day's shift, then dispatch in the next county. My thumbs flew across the screen, desperate pleading. The messages sat there, unread, unanswered. Nobody was listening, and the clock on the wall, it still read 2:38 a.m. But that was 10 minutes ago. I needed answers. The filing cabinet stood in the corner, gray metal coated with grime. I yanked the bottom drawer open. Cold metal bit my fingertips. Inside, folders slumped together like old bones, their edges yellowed and brittle. The smell hit me, dust and mildew and something else, something stale, like air that hadn't moved in years. I pulled the thickest folder, 2009. The year stamped across the tab in faded ink. My hands trembled as I flipped it open. Incident reports, service logs. A photo clipped to the first page showed a tow truck driver, mid-30s, standing beside his rig. The name beneath read Dale Grimshaw. I scanned the report. Dale Grimshaw, driver. Dispatched to Route 44, mile marker 13 at 2:38 a.m. Never returned. Truck found 3 days later, engine cold, driver's door open. No blood, no signs of struggle, just gone. The company shut down 2 months after. Ridgeline Towing, but that wasn't my company. We were North Star Dispatch, different name, different management. I flipped to the contact sheet at the back of the folder. My stomach dropped. The dispatch number listed was identical to the one printed on my console. The exact same 10 digits I answered calls on every night. What are the odds of that? Can you even imagine? I looked around the cramped concrete room, the fluorescent lights humming their endless monotone song above me. The single window overlooking the empty lot. The burnt coffee smell that never left. This wasn't a different building. This was the same office. I stood, walked to the door, turned the handle. It didn't move. I tried again, rattling it harder. The metal clicked uselessly, locked tight from the outside. My breath came faster. I crossed to the window, pressed my palms against the cold glass, but the latch wouldn't budge. Rusted shut or bolted, I couldn't tell which. The fluorescent hum shifted, lower now, almost like breathing. I was alone, completely alone. And I wouldn't be leaving until someone unlocked that door in the morning. But the real question I should have asked was this: would morning ever come? I checked my watch, 2:36. The air in the dispatch office had gone still, thick with the smell of old concrete and something else I couldn't name, something metallic. The fluorescent lights hummed their endless monotone hymn above me, and I pressed my back against the locked door, feeling the cold metal handle dig into my spine. 2:37. My phone showed no signal, just a blank screen where the bars should be. I tried Rita again. Nothing. The call wouldn't even attempt to connect, but the landline on the desk. That red light blinked steady and patient, like a heartbeat waiting for me to notice. What would you do? Sit there and wait for morning, or the phone rang at exactly 2:38. I froze. The sound carved through the silence like a blade, sharp and wrong in a way that made my teeth ache. It rang again, again. That same mechanical scream I'd heard for 3 weeks now, but tonight it felt different. Hungry. I let it ring. 4 times, 5. My hand hovered over the receiver, trembling like I was reaching toward an open flame. But what choice did I have? I answered. Static first. Then a voice. Slow, deliberate, stretched thin like old tape played at the wrong speed. I've been waiting. My breath caught. The voice wasn't Boyd's, it was older, tired beyond measure. You sent help, the voice continued, each word separated by too much silence. It never came, Dale Grimshaw. I didn't send anyone, I whispered. I wasn't even. You were always here, Trevor. The line went dead. I dropped the receiver, grabbed my keys, ran to the door and yanked the handle. Locked. I slammed my shoulder against it. Nothing. The window next. I picked up the desk chair and swung it hard against the glass. The chair bounced back like I'd hit solid concrete. The window didn't even vibrate. The landline rang again, and I realized morning shift wasn't going to save me. Because whatever was calling knew I had nowhere left to run. I backed away from the console, and my foot hit something. Glass. The bottle rolled across the concrete floor, the sound amplified in the cramped room. I looked down. 3 empty whiskey bottles lay beneath my desk, amber liquid pooled in the caps. The smell hit me then, sharp, familiar, burning my nostrils. I haven't touched alcohol in 2 years. You believe that, don't you? I do. I did, but I could taste it on my tongue. I grabbed the security monitor, fingers shaking, and scrubbed backward through the footage. Thursday night. There I was at the console, answering a call at 2:38, typing coordinates into the dispatch system, sending a driver to Route 44. Friday night. Same thing, same posture, same mechanical movements. Saturday night, tonight, I watched myself lift a bottle to my lips before the call came in. I don't remember any of it. Can you imagine that? 3 nights erased like fog burning off asphalt. The fluorescent lights hummed louder, drilling into my skull. I pulled up the GPS logs. Boyd's truck stopped transmitting at 2:51 a.m. So did Friday's driver. And Thursdays, all at mile marker 13. All at the exact same second, like their batteries died simultaneously. Or something else did. But what I found next made my blood freeze. My phone's GPS history showed I'd driven there too. Last night. My car sitting idle at mile marker 13 for 17 minutes before returning here. I stared at my hands. No cuts. No dirt under my fingernails. Nothing to prove I'd left this room. The landline rang again, and this time I heard something underneath the static. Breathing. Multiple voices inhaling in perfect unison. The breathing stopped. Then they spoke. Trevor. 5 voices, perfectly synchronized, whispering my name through the static like wind through dead leaves. Trevor. I slammed the receiver down. My hand hit the cradle so hard the plastic cracked. The fluorescent lights above me flickered once, twice, and the hum changed pitch. Lower now, almost like a voice. I needed proof, something concrete, something that would make sense of the footage, the GPS logs, the 3 nights I couldn't remember. My phone sat on the desk, screen dark. I picked it up. The glass felt cold, too cold, like it had been sitting in a freezer, not beside my lukewarm coffee. I opened the location history. My hands started shaking before I even read the timestamps. There, last night, 2:38 a.m. to 2:51 a.m., Route 44, mile marker 13. The little blue dot on the map didn't lie. According to this, I'd driven there, parked, stayed 17 minutes, but I was here, wasn't I? Can you imagine doubting your own memory so completely? I stared at that blue dot until my vision blurred. What I found next would change everything. The night before that, same route, same time, and the night before that, 3 consecutive trips, all ending at 2:51 a.m. exactly. I never left this room. I know I didn't. I would remember driving. Wouldn't I? The landline rang again. 2:38 a.m. Right on schedule. I didn't move, just watched it ring. My reflection in the black window watched back, but its lips were moving, mouthing something I couldn't hear over the ringing. The static beneath the ring tone began to form a pattern, a rhythm, almost like breathing. Then I realized what my reflection was saying. It was whispering my name. I dropped the receiver. It clattered against the console, then swung, pendulum slow, hissing static into the dead air between us, me and the thing in the window that wore my face. My knees hit the floor. Cold concrete bit through my jeans. I needed something real, something solid. I pressed my palms flat against the ground, felt grit scratch my skin, and that's when my fingers brushed the edge of something taped beneath the desk. Peeling tape. The sound too loud in the fluorescent hum. I pulled. A photograph slid free, corners yellowed, surface glossy under the buzzing lights. The image stopped my breath. A man in a grease-stained tow truck uniform stood beside Route 44's mile marker 13. Trees thick behind him. Asphalt cracked like dried skin. His face, my face. I've never driven a truck, never. My hands have only known keyboards and coffee mugs and the smooth plastic of this console. But there I was, or someone wearing my face was squinting into camera flash, one hand resting on a truck's dented fender. The timestamp in the corner read October 5th, 2009. Can you imagine finding yourself in a photo from 16 years ago? A photo you don't remember. But that wasn't what made my stomach twist. Scrawled in blue ink across the bottom, in handwriting I didn't recognize. The date was 3 days ago. 3 days ago. The fluorescent lights flickered. Once. Twice. The window glass reflected them back at me, and in that strobing darkness I saw my reflection turn its head, independent of my body, and mouth 2 words I felt rather than heard. Help me. But what stared back from that photograph would reveal something far worse than a moving reflection. I stumbled back from the window. My reflection stayed where it was. The static from the console changed. The formless white noise began separating into layers, peeling apart like skin from muscle. Frequencies I'd heard for 3 weeks suddenly aligned into something coherent, numbers crackling through the hiss. 44.273, 73.189. Coordinates. I grabbed my phone with shaking fingers, typed them into the map. The pin dropped exactly where I knew it would. Route 44, mile marker 13. The same stretch of cracked asphalt from the photo. The place where everyone vanished. The clock above the console ticked toward 2:37. I reached for my coffee, cold now, thick. I took a sip anyway, needing something to ground me, to prove I still had a body that could taste and swallow and feel. Gasoline flooded my mouth. I spat into the trash can, gagging, but the chemical burn coated my throat like I'd been drinking fuel for hours. How long had it tasted like this? How long had I not noticed? 2:38. Every phone in the dispatch office rang at once. Not just the landline, the cell phones confiscated from previous shifts, still locked in Rita's desk drawer. The fax machine, the ancient intercom system no one had used in years. All of them screaming in perfect synchronization, a chorus demanding to be answered. I grabbed the landline receiver. 5 voices spoke as one. "We're waiting for you. You promised help. Come finish your shift." The fluorescent lights above hummed louder. I looked down at my hands gripping the phone. Through them, I could see the desk beneath. Transparent. Fading. Dissolving under light that suddenly felt less like illumination and more like an X-ray burning through what little remained of me. But what happened when there was nothing left to dissolve? That's when I would finally understand what I'd become. My hands were gone, the phones kept ringing. 5 voices, one truth. The fluorescent lights hummed a frequency that vibrated through what remained of me. And that's when the memories tore through. Route 44, October 5th, 2009. I was driving the tow truck. No, that wasn't right. I am driving the tow truck. The engine dies at mile marker 13. Cold air smells like pine needles and diesel exhaust. I call dispatch. A woman answers, says help is coming. Her voice sounds like static wrapped around a promise she can't keep. I wait, and wait, and wait. The gasoline taste in my mouth, that's not coffee. That's the fumes I breathed in the cab before hypothermia took me. Before I became something that couldn't leave Route 44. So I followed the only thread back. The dispatch number. The voice that promised help. But that wasn't the worst part. Boyd's voice on the phone 3 weeks ago. That was me, 16 years later, still calling. Still waiting. Jenna's cryptic note. She was me too, the loop before. Every dispatcher who's ever sat in this concrete tomb has been Dale Grimshaw, answering his own desperate call, sending the next version of himself to die on Route 44. Can you understand what that means? I built this purgatory one phone call at a time. The clock above the console clicks to 2:38. The phones scream in unison. My own voice echoes from every receiver. Dispatch, I need a tow. Route, no, I don't reach for the handset. My transparent fingers hover above it, then pull back. The fluorescent lights flicker. The air tastes like burnt metal and broken promises. What I didn't know then was what refusing would cost. The ringing doesn't stop. It splits into harmony, 2 rings, then 4, then 8, multiplying like a swarm of hornets trapped inside my skull. The office walls sweat condensation. The concrete floor vibrates. The phone rings, and rings, and rings. The ringing split into 12 phones, 20, 50. The sound carved into my skull like a drill bit. The fluorescent lights strobed. The concrete walls rippled. I pressed my transparent hands against my ears, but the ringing came from inside now. Inside my bones, my teeth, my memory. I couldn't break it. The loop didn't want to be broken. My hand reached for the phone, not my choice anymore. The receiver was ice against my ear, or was it? Could I even feel cold if I'd been dead for 16 years? Silence, static, then a voice, my voice. Dispatch, younger, confused, scared. I need a tow, Route 44, mile marker 13, my truck it died. Everything died. I opened my mouth. Nothing came out. Hello, is anyone there, please? I've been waiting so long. What would you do? Lie to yourself. Promise help that never comes. Help is coming, I whispered. The words tasted like gasoline. The door unlocked behind me. Click, the sound of release, of surrender. I stood. The office dissolved into burnt coffee smell and static hum. The schedule on the wall updated itself. Someone new listed for tomorrow's night shift. A name I didn't recognize yet. My phone's GPS glowed. One route available, Route 44. I drove. The woods swallowed my headlights at mile marker 13. 2:51 a.m. on the dashboard. The engine coughed, sputtered, died. I sat in the silence. And then I understood. This wasn't punishment. This was duty. I picked up my phone, dialed the number I'd memorized across lifetimes. It rang. Someone young answered, eager, alive. Dispatch. I need a tow, I said. Route 44, please. Help is coming, right? Help is coming, they promised. I waited in the dark. Pump 3 clicked on at exactly 2:14 a.m. I looked up from the register, squinting through the bulletproof glass. The fluorescent island lights buzzed overhead, but the pump stood alone. No car, no truck, just empty pavement and the nozzle rising by itself, slow and deliberate, like someone had gripped the handle. The numbers started rolling. 0.01, 0.02, gallons climbing in perfect rhythm. I pressed my face closer to the window. The air outside shimmered near the pump, exhaust fumes, thick and wavering, catching the sickly yellow light. That acrid gasoline smell seeped through the door seals, burning the back of my throat. But there was nothing there. What would you do? Stay inside where it's safe or go look? I pushed through the door. The night air hit me first, cold, way too cold for August. My breath fogged. The pump kept dispensing, the mechanical click, click, click cutting through the silence like a heartbeat. I walked across the lot, gravel crunching under my boots, and stopped 3 feet from pump 3. The asphalt felt wrong. I crouched down, touched the pavement with my palm. Warm. Not just warm, hot, like something heavy had been sitting there, engine running, baking heat into the ground. The dark stain spread in 2 perfect rectangles. Tire marks. But what I felt next made my stomach drop. I reached for the nozzle. My fingers closed around the handle. Ice. Not cool metal. Ice. The kind that burns your skin on contact, that makes your bones ache. I yanked my hand back, and that's when I heard it. An engine, idling close, right where nothing stood. My mind raced back to how it started. 4 nights ago, the register chimed at 2:14. 220s slid across the counter. Cash. Pump 3. The man's voice had been muffled through the bulletproof glass, swallowed by the hum of flickering fluorescence overhead. I'd hit the button to activate the pump without looking up, muscle memory after 6 months of graveyard shifts. When I finally glanced at the monitor, the lot was empty. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. The screen showed Pump Three's nozzle hanging in its cradle, but the counter was already rolling. 2 gallons, 3, numbers climbing in that steady digital crawl. I pressed my face closer to the glass. Nothing, just asphalt and moths circling the vapor lights. The coffee smell from the burnt pot behind me suddenly seemed too strong, almost metallic. I grabbed the flashlight and pushed through the door, feeling the cold bite of the metal handle against my palm, odd for August. Outside, silence pressed against my eardrums. I walked the entire lot, checked behind the dumpster, circled the building twice. My footsteps echoed too loud in the stillness. Can you imagine that? Being completely alone but feeling watched. The pump kept going. 8 gallons, 10, 12. Then it stopped. Click. I stood there breathing hard, flashlight beam cutting through darkness, and saw nothing. Nobody. The nozzle hung perfectly still in its cradle like it had never moved. But the register showed 12 gallons dispensed, 8 minutes exactly. I logged it as a system glitch. What else could I do? I went back inside, locked the door, and told myself equipment fails sometimes. Old stations, old wiring. What I didn't know yet was that it would happen again the next night, and the night after that, always at 2:14, always Pump 3. 3 nights, same time, same pump. The security monitor's glow turned my skin blue as I scrolled backward through footage for the 4th time, the smell of burnt coffee thick enough to taste. 2:14 a.m. There. Pump 3 clicks on. The nozzle rises. Numbers roll on the display. But the frame shows nothing except empty pavement slicked with dew and the faint shimmer of exhaust that shouldn't exist. I rewound again. The hum of the hard drive filled the cramped booth, rhythmic and hypnotic. My eyes burned. Sleep wasn't coming anyway. It never did anymore. What would you do if reality kept breaking in the exact same spot every night? I leaned closer, paused, the timestamp flickered, just for a frame, maybe 2. The numbers wavered like heat distortion, and beneath them I saw a truck. My finger slammed the pause button. There. A dark pickup F-Series, maybe 10 years old. A man's silhouette behind the wheel. The image quality looked wrong, grainy in a way our digital system shouldn't produce, like it had been copied from something older. But what I found in the metadata made my hands go cold. The recording date, August 14th, 6 years ago. I pulled out my phone with shaking hands, typed Highway 52 fatal crash into the search bar, and watched the results load. The fluorescent lights above me flickered once, twice. A single article appeared from the local paper. Fatal single vehicle accident, 2 miles south. August 14th. Time of death, 2:22 a.m. 8 minutes after the pump activated. 8 minutes that stretched between whatever was happening outside and the moment a man named Roy Tennant died on impact at Dead Man's Bend. And I suddenly understood that the impossible transaction wasn't ending at Pump 3. It was only just beginning there. I waited outside at 2:13 a.m. The asphalt still held the day's heat beneath my boots, but the air around Pump 3 felt different. Wrong. Colder than it should be in August. I stood 3 feet from the nozzle cradle, watching the digital display sit dark and dormant. My phone screen glowed 2:13 and 42 seconds. The nearest streetlight flickered once, twice, then steadied. Knowing Roy Tennant died 6 years ago changed nothing about what happened here every night. The pump would activate, the numbers would roll, and I'd proven something was there. Something that left warm tire impressions and made exhaust fumes shimmer in empty air. But knowing it wasn't a glitch made standing here feel different. My heartbeat pulsed in my throat. The pines beyond the lot whispered though the air had gone completely still. Can you imagine waiting for a ghost? For something you can't see but know is coming? 2:14 a.m. The pump clicked on with that familiar mechanical snap. Numbers appeared on the display. 0.0. The nozzle lifted from its cradle, smooth, deliberate, and angled toward pavement as if gripped by invisible hands. I stepped forward. The temperature dropped so fast my skin prickled. The smell of gasoline flooded my nose, but sweeter somehow, like it had been mixed with something floral and rotting. I reached toward where the nozzle hung suspended in midair, my fingers trembling. Contact. Oh, it wasn't metal I touched. Resistance pushed back against my palm, soft, yielding like pressing into cold gelatin. The texture felt organic, wrong. I pushed harder and felt the shape of fingers wrapped around the pump handle, their grip solid but distant, separated from mine by something thicker than air but thinner than glass. The pump stopped. Numbers froze at 0.3 gallons. My breath fogged in front of my face despite the summer heat, and I realized with creeping certainty that whatever was here hadn't left. It had simply stopped moving. The silence pressed against my eardrums. The pines had gone completely quiet. Even the distant hum of the refrigeration unit inside the station had ceased. And that's when I felt it. The unmistakable weight of being watched. The scorch marks appeared overnight. I stepped outside at sunset to check the lot, and there they were. Black streaks radiating from pump 3 like something had burned from the inside out. The asphalt hadn't melted. It had charred. The pattern was wrong, too deliberate. 5 lines, each about a foot long, arranged like fingers clawing outward. The smell hit me when I crouched down. Burnt rubber, yes, but underneath something sharper, metallic. Like ozone after lightning strikes too close. I touched the nearest mark. Cold. Can you imagine finding that? Proof that whatever I'd felt the night before had left something behind. But that wasn't the worst of it. I went back inside and tried to focus on inventory. Tried to pretend the marks were tire skids or oil stains. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, their rhythm slightly off. I kept glancing at the clock. 2:09, 2:10, 2:11. At 2:14 exactly, the register drawer opened. No warning click, no mechanical whir, just slid out smooth and silent like someone had pressed the release. 2 $20 bills lifted from inside, lifted, I swear, and drifted onto the counter. I didn't move. Couldn't. Then I heard it. Boots. Heavy soles on pavement outside, moving slow and deliberate toward the door. But when I looked through the bulletproof glass, the lot was empty. The sound kept coming. Closer, heel, toe, toe. The security monitor flickered. What I saw next made my blood freeze. A shadowed figure filled the screen. Tall, broad shoulders. Moving toward the door with the same measured steps I'd been hearing. The timestamp read 2:14 a.m., present time, but the angle was wrong. The camera showed the exterior door, and I was staring right at it, seeing nothing but empty darkness beyond the glass. I waited until the fluorescent stopped buzzing before I moved. My phone screen glowed cold against my palm as I pulled up the county traffic database. The burnt coffee smell had turned my stomach sour, but I needed answers more than I needed fresh air. Highway 52, fatal collision, August 14th. 6 years back, the search loaded slow, pixel by pixel, and there it was, Roy Tennant, age 41, truck driver out of Millbrook. Single vehicle accident at Dead Man's Bend, 2 miles south of Crossroads gas station. Time of death, 2:22 a.m. Cause, lost control after swerving to avoid debris in roadway. Died on impact. I read the name 3 times. Roy, the invisible customer at Pump 3, had a name now, had a life, had an ending. But something about the report felt incomplete. I clicked through to the supplemental files. There was a photo, grainy, pixelated, taken by the state trooper at the scene. The guardrail bent inward like a broken rib. Glass scattered across asphalt that looked wet under the camera flash. And in the ditch. I didn't look too close at that part. The next document made my breath catch. Emergency contact. Alina Tennant, wife. The address listed was 18 miles north of the station. 18 miles past where Roy had stopped for gas, which meant he was heading home, heading to her. And then I saw the annotation at the bottom of the report, handwritten in blue ink. Victim, unaware spouse deceased at time of collision. Alina Tennant, age 39, pronounced dead at Mercy Hospice at 12:09 a.m. same date. 2 hours. 2 hours before Roy's truck left the road. Can you imagine? Rushing home through the night, stopping for gas because you're running on fumes, every second feeling like theft because she's waiting and you promised you'd be there. You pump 12 gallons in 8 minutes, not a second more than necessary, and you think you still have time. But you don't. She's already gone, and you'll never know. Because in 8 minutes you'll hit that curve going 70 and the last thought in your head will be her name. I set the phone down. My hand was shaking. The fluorescence hummed overhead, and somewhere outside I heard an engine idling that wasn't there. Roy wasn't haunting Pump 3. He was still trying to finish the fill-up, still trying to get home, still believing she was alive, still trapped in those 8 minutes before the world ended. And what I'd felt through the frosted air when I reached for him wasn't anger. It was desperation. But what I didn't understand yet, what the crash report couldn't tell me, was why he'd come back to me. I knew his story now. I knew what drove him through the dark that night 6 years ago. But knowing didn't prepare me for what happened at 2:14. The floor trembled beneath my feet. A low vibration rolled through the concrete like distant thunder trapped underground. I pressed my palms against the counter, felt it shudder again, harder this time. Through the window, Pump 3 roared to life. Gasoline erupted from the nozzle, not a trickle but a torrent. It splashed onto empty pavement in thick, violent streams. The stench hit me through the glass door, but something was wrong with it. Not the sharp chemical bite I'd smelled 1,000 times before. This was sweet, rotting sweet, like flowers left too long in a closed room. And then I saw them, boot prints, forming in the pooling fuel. One, then another. Heavy treads pressing into liquid, leaving perfect impressions that shouldn't exist. What would you do? Would you stay inside where the glass feels safe, or step out to face what's making those prints? I didn't get to choose. The door slammed open, hinges screaming, and freezing air poured into the store. My coffee cup skittered across the counter, slid, tipped, shattered on the floor behind me. The cold wasn't just cold, it ached. It burned. My breath came out in thick white clouds despite the August heat still clinging to the night outside. The register screen flickered. Green text crawled across black. Help me. But what came next made every hair on my neck stand rigid. The fluorescent lights buzzed once, twice, and died. Darkness swallowed the station whole, and in that absolute black I heard breathing that wasn't mine. The lights flickered back on, one by one, each fluorescent tube buzzing louder than it should. The breathing stopped. I stood frozen behind the counter, my hand still gripping the edge where the register had displayed that message. The metal felt warm now. No, hot. I pulled my fingers away and saw condensation beading on the surface, impossible in the freezing air that still hung around me like fog. The door was closed again. The boot prints in the gasoline outside had vanished. But I couldn't stay there. Not in that silence. Not with the smell of something floral and wrong mixing with diesel fumes. I needed to understand what Roy Tennant wanted, what he'd been trying to tell me for 6 nights straight. The lost and found box sat in the back storage room, untouched for years. Carl never threw anything away, just shoved it all into a plastic tub behind the mop bucket. I'd walked past it 100 times without looking twice. Now I dragged it into the flickering light and pried off the dusty lid. Sunglasses. A child's toy truck. Somebody's work glove stiff with age, and beneath those, a photograph. The edges were warped. Water damaged, maybe. But the image was clear enough. A man and woman stood in front of this very station. The neon sign glowed behind them, brighter than, newer. She was laughing, her head tilted against his shoulder. He looked at her like she was the only thing in the world worth seeing. I recognized his face from the crash report photo. Roy Tennant. Younger, alive. The back of the photo had a date scrawled in blue ink, August 10th. 6 years ago, 4 days before he died. What you're holding. Can you imagine keeping that moment in your pocket while everything fell apart? But the real discovery came when I turned the photo over again and noticed something in the background. Roy's truck, parked at pump 3, and in the truck bed, barely visible, a cardboard box. I squinted. The photo was small, grainy, but I could make out text on the side, Mercy General Pharmacy. My stomach dropped. I pulled up the crash report on my phone again, scrolling past the details I'd memorized. Cause of accident, swerving to avoid debris. Time of death, 2:22 a.m. And then, a note I'd skimmed before. Personal effects recovered from vehicle, clothing, wallet, medication bottles expired. Medication bottles. He wasn't just coming home. He was bringing something to her. Something she needed. And he'd stopped here, at 2:14 a.m., 8 minutes before the crash, to fill up so he wouldn't have to stop again. So he could get to her faster. I pressed my palms against my eyes. The fluorescence hummed overhead. My breath came shallow. Roy didn't know she was already gone. He died thinking he still had time. And now he was trapped in those 8 minutes, forever filling the tank, forever thinking he could still save her. I lowered my hands. And that's when I saw it. The security monitor flickering again. The timestamp read 2:14 a.m., but the date was wrong. 6 years in the future. And the figure on the screen standing at pump 3 wasn't Roy. It was me. I spent 3 hours writing the note. My hand cramped around the pen as I tried to explain what I'd learned. That Alina died at midnight, that Roy never made it home, that 6 years had dissolved into 8 minutes on repeat. The words looked absurd under the fluorescent lights, but I folded the paper anyway and tucked it into my jacket pocket beside the photograph. The clock above the register ticked toward 2 in the morning. I grabbed the photo and stepped outside. The air pressed against my skin, thick and waiting. Pump 3 stood silent under the flickering neon, its shadow stretching toward the tree line. I positioned myself beside it, boots scraping on asphalt still stained darker than the rest of the lot. 2:13. My breath clouded despite the summer humidity. The temperature had dropped 10 degrees in the last minute. I could feel the cold seeping through my shirt, raising goosebumps along my arms. 2:14. The pump clicked on. Can you imagine standing beside something you can't see but know is there? The nozzle lifted by itself, angling toward empty space. Numbers began rolling on the display. I heard the fuel flowing through invisible chambers, smelled gasoline sharp and chemical in the night air. My hands shook as I unfolded the note and placed it on the ground. Then I lifted the photograph, Roy and Alina smiling outside this very station, and reached toward where a hood should be. The photo touched something solid. The air turned glacial. My fingers went numb against the invisible metal. I let go, and the photograph stayed suspended 3 feet off the ground, resting on nothing. The gasoline smell vanished. Roses flooded my senses instead, funeral roses, cloying and sweet. The kind that lined caskets, the kind that marked endings. The nozzle dropped with a metallic clang, and then I saw him. Roy Tennant stood before me, translucent as smoke, shoulders shaking with sobs. His hands covered his face. His mouth moved without sound. For 8 seconds we existed in the same moment, the living and the dead, separated by 6 years and 2 miles of dark highway. Then he looked up at me. His eyes locked onto mine, and something inside them recognized me, not as a stranger, as something else entirely. The recognition in his stare made my blood freeze, because I understood what he saw when he looked at my face. What I didn't understand was why. I went back inside and waited for the next night. The fluorescent lights hummed their usual tune. Coffee burned in the pot. I couldn't taste it anymore. Couldn't taste much of anything after what I'd seen at pump 3. Roy's face stayed with me, that recognition in his eyes, like he'd known me. At 2:13 a.m. I walked outside. The summer air pressed humid against my skin, but I was shivering anyway. Pump 3 stood silent under the flickering neon. No cold spots, no invisible engines, just empty asphalt and the distant whisper of wind through the pines. 2:14 came and went. The pump stayed dark. I stood there for 20 minutes, waiting for numbers to roll or nozzles to lift. Nothing. Just the ordinary night pressing in from all sides. Relief flooded through me, but underneath it, something else coiled tight in my chest. A feeling I couldn't name. At 2:37, I found the photograph face down on the pavement beneath Pump 3. The edges were charred black, curling inward like petals closing. The center remained intact, Roy and Alina frozen in that moment of joy, her hand on his chest, his eyes only for her. The burned parts crumbled to ash between my fingers, gritty and cold. It worked. Whatever I'd done, it worked. Roy was gone. 3 weeks passed. The nights blurred together, one shift bleeding into the next. Carl never asked why I looked so tired. I stopped logging the incident reports. What would I even say? I'd helped a ghost move on, and now I couldn't sleep because every time I closed my eyes, I saw that look of recognition on a dead man's face. But I didn't understand what I'd seen there. Not yet. On a Thursday night, or maybe it was Friday, I'd lost track. Exhaustion finally won. I slumped forward at the counter around midnight, my head resting on folded arms, just for a minute, just to rest my eyes. I woke to the mechanical click of Pump 3 activating. My neck ached. The fluorescent lights seemed dimmer. I blinked at the clock, 2:14 a.m. No, not again. That couldn't be right. I turned toward the security monitor, my hands already cold, breath fogging despite the summer heat that should have been. The screen showed Pump 3. A figure stood there, one hand on the nozzle. The timestamp glowed in the corner. August 14th, 6 years from now. The figure turned toward the camera. I was looking at my own face. My legs gave out. I gripped the counter, staring at myself on that grainy monitor. Same jacket, same hollow eyes. The future version of me stood at Pump 3, filling a tank I couldn't see, trapped in a loop I'd inherited the moment I'd touched Roy's world. The moment he'd recognized me, because he'd seen me before, 6 years before, standing exactly where he'd stood. The pump clicked off. On screen, I watched myself look directly at the camera. My future self mouthed 2 words, "Help me." The monitor went black. Outside, Pump 3 fell silent. But I knew it would activate again tomorrow night. And the night after. And every night for 6 years until some other fool working the graveyard shift decided to investigate. Until they found my photograph. Until they set me free and took my place. The loop didn't end. It just found someone new. And I'd walked right into it. On the screen, I never came back out. I rewound it 3 times. Same result. The grainy black and white footage showed me walking toward the storage room door at 4:33 a.m. My hand reached for the handle. The fluorescent lights above flickered once, and I stepped inside. The timestamp continued. 4:34, 4:35, 4:36. The door never opened again, but I'm standing here right now. My fingers pressed pause. The pharmacy hummed around me. Refrigerators cycling, fluorescent tubes buzzing their constant static lullaby. I could smell the sharp bite of antiseptic cleaner mixed with something older. Stale. Like decades of night shifts trapped in linoleum. The time clock on the wall read 4:29 a.m., 5 minutes. I looked down at my hands on the prescription counter. Real, solid. The same hands I'd watched on that screen, reaching for a door I couldn't remember opening. When did I review this footage? Why couldn't I remember walking into that room? My shift log sat beside the keyboard. My handwriting filled yesterday's entry. Nothing unusual, nothing missing. But what the footage showed next made my breath catch. The back hallway remained empty for hours on the recording, until I walked past the camera again at 6:15 a.m. Same uniform, same tired posture, as if I'd been there the entire time, as if the storage room had never swallowed me at all. A sound echoed from the back of the pharmacy. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from the storage room. My hands started to tremble. The clock ticked forward. 4:30 a.m. I could feel the seconds pulling me toward something I didn't understand, toward a door I'd already walked through, toward a room where I'd never come back, and whatever was making those footsteps was already inside. Those footsteps never came closer. My mind raced back to 2 weeks earlier, when I first heard them, when everything started. The fluorescent lights hummed their endless song. 4:30 a.m. Rain tapped against the pharmacy windows, gentle and rhythmic. I was counting inventory, something to keep my hands busy, my mind occupied. The night shift does that to you, makes you desperate for anything that feels like purpose. The door chime rang. He shuffled in from the storm, water dripping from a gray raincoat that looked decades old. 60s maybe. Hollow eyes sunk deep into his skull. The way he moved, slow, deliberate, like every step required negotiation with his bones. Sleeping pills. His voice scraped out like sandpaper on wood. Please. I turned to the prescription counter. Do you have a script, or over the counter is fine? He leaned against the register and I caught the smell. Old antiseptic. The kind that clings to hospital hallways and never quite washes out. Been trying to sleep for 8 years now. I grabbed a bottle of diphenhydramine. My hands were steadier then. Insomnia's rough. Have you tried? I retired from this pharmacy 8 years ago. He stared past me at the storage room door. But I never stopped working. The bottle slipped, caught it. I'm sorry. Night shift. He smiled, but his lips didn't move right, too slow, like the expression arrived late. Just like you, Owen Trask. My throat tightened. Can you imagine hearing your own name in a stranger's mouth at 4:30 in the morning? But what happened next would change everything. He reached for his wallet, the signature on his credit card. I saw it before he pulled cash instead. Same as mine, exact spelling. Owen, not Owen, not Ewan, Owen. How do you? He walked past me toward the storage room. Sir, that's employees only. He didn't stop, didn't turn. The door opened. He stepped inside. The fluorescent light inside flickered once, twice, then went dark. I counted to 10, waited for him to realize his mistake and come back out. Silence. I walked to the storage room, pushed the door open. Empty. Shelves of medication. Boxes stacked to the ceiling. No gray raincoat. No man. No back exit. The air inside was cold enough to see my breath. I checked the time clock on my way back to the counter. My fingers traced the fresh punch card. The name printed at the top made my stomach drop. Owen Trask, clocked out at 4:34 a.m., but I was still standing there, and I'd never clocked in anyone else that night. And that's when I realized the storage room door had locked itself behind me. I spent the next morning searching every database. The computer hummed in the back office, screen glow painting my face blue as I scrolled through decades of employee records. My finger cramped on the mouse. Click, scroll, click. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed like insects trapped in glass. Nothing. No Owen Trask before me. No retirement record. No personnel file. I typed the name again, slower this time, as if precision could conjure proof from digital void. The system returned 0 results. When Denise arrived at 8, I cornered her by the coffee maker. The smell of burnt grounds mixed with her perfume. Something floral and synthetic that made my head ache. Did someone named Owen Trask work here before? I kept my voice steady. Maybe 8-10 years ago, she laughed, actually laughed. Owen, honey, you need sleep. Real sleep, not whatever you're doing. I'm serious. A man came in and, you're working too many doubles. She poured her coffee without looking at me. Take tomorrow off. Doctor's orders. The conversation was over. She walked away, heels clicking on linoleum, and I stood there wondering if I'd even spoken aloud. What would you do when no one believes you? I returned to the pharmacy floor, hands shaking as I restocked shelves. My fingers brushed a prescription bottle wedged behind newer inventory. I pulled it free. The label was yellowed, faded. The handwriting was mine. That specific slant on the capital T, the way I looped my O's. But the date read March 7th, 1987. I was not born until 1991. The bottle felt ice cold in my palm. I stared at my own signature, impossible, undeniable, and understood then that something far worse than exhaustion was happening. Someone had been writing my name decades before I existed, and whoever it was, they were still here. I kept the bottle hidden in my pocket for the rest of that shift. The weight of it pressed against my thigh, a constant reminder that something impossible had carved my name into history before I existed. The next night, Mr. Petrov shuffled in at 4:03 a.m. for his insomnia medication. Same as always, but when I handed him the white paper bag, he smiled. You gave me that same advice last week, he said, about taking it with warm milk, worked like a charm. I hadn't seen him in 2 weeks. I don't remember that, I said. He tapped the counter twice. Sure you do. You were wearing that same blue watch. Told me you got it from your father. My wrist was bare. I'd never owned a watch in my life. He left before I could ask him what he meant. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The only sound in the empty pharmacy. My hands were shaking. What would you do? Would you convince yourself you'd forgotten? Or would you start digging? I dug. The time clock hung on the wall behind the prescription counter. I pulled the drawer beneath it, rifling through weeks of punch cards. The paper felt brittle and cold under my fingertips. And there it was. My card showed clock-ins on September 9th and September 12th. I was home both those nights. I remembered. I'd called in sick with a migraine. But the proof contradicted my memory. What I found in the security footage room would unravel me completely. The monitor cast a pale glow across my face as I scrolled backward through hours of recordings. Night after night of empty aisles and flickering lights. The timestamp ticked in the corner. 4:28, 4:29, 4:30, 4:31, 4:32, 4:33. Then, nothing. Static. A gap lasting exactly 60 seconds. When the feed resumed at 4:34, the storage room door stood open, but I never came back out. I checked another night. Same gap, same open door, same absence. 5 nights, 7 nights, 11 nights. Every single time. I walked into that storage room at 4:33 a.m. and vanished from existence. The question wasn't who had been impersonating me anymore. The question was, where had I been going? I needed answers the storage room might provide. The door swung open with a groan that echoed too long in the narrow space. Cold air hit my face, not the manufactured chill of the pharmacy's air conditioning, but something deeper, older. The kind of cold that settles in abandoned places. My breath misted in front of me as I stepped inside. The smell struck me next. Antiseptic, but not the sharp chemical tang we used now. This was sweeter, heavier, like hospitals from decades ago. It clung to the back of my throat. Boxes lined metal shelves. Inventory I cataloged every week. And yet, there in the far corner, a filing cabinet I'd never noticed before. Gray metal, rusted at the edges. A lock hung from the top drawer, tarnished brass. My hands trembled as I searched the key ring Denise kept in the office. Most were labeled. One wasn't, small, brass. It slid into the lock with a click that made my stomach drop. The drawer opened with a shriek of metal on metal. Personnel files, dozens of them. I pulled the first one out and the paper felt wrong, too thick, too yellowed. The tab read Trask Owen, my file. But the higher date said 1962. I grabbed another. Trask Owen, hired 1971. Another, 1983, 1992, 2001, 2009, 2015. 7 files, 7 Owen Trasks, all assigned to night shifts. My pulse hammered in my ears as I opened each one. The handwriting on every application was identical. My handwriting, the same slant, the same loop in the capital T, the same pressure on the pen. But what I found at the bottom of each file made my vision blur. No termination date, not one. Just blank lines where the exit interviews should have been, and handwritten notes in the margins that all said the same thing. Still here. I palmed the amphetamines from aisle 3 at 2:30 a.m. The bitter taste dissolved under my tongue, chemical and sharp, burning as it went down. If sleep was the trap, then I wouldn't sleep. Simple. Can you blame me? The fluorescent lights began to hum differently around 3:15. Higher pitched. Wrong. I blinked and Mr. Petrov stood at the counter, except I hadn't heard the door chime. His lips moved, but the words arrived 2 seconds delayed like a badly dubbed film. My prescription, he said. I handed it to him. My fingers trembled. He flickered. There one moment, gone the next. The bottle sat on the counter where his hand should have been. The amphetamines sharpened everything into crystal edges. Every sound scraped against my eardrums. The refrigerator hum. My own breathing. Footsteps I couldn't locate. I pressed my palms against the cool laminate counter to anchor myself to something solid, something real. At 3:45, movement caught my eye outside the front window. Him, the older version of me, stood in the parking lot beneath the single street light. His mouth moved in desperate shapes. Warnings I couldn't hear through the glass. His hollow eyes locked onto mine, and I saw decades of exhaustion carved into his face. He pointed toward the clock, then at me, then at the storage room. I looked away. When I looked back, he was gone. What I saw at 4:15 broke something fundamental inside me. Behind the prescription counter where I stood, another version of me sorted pills into orange bottles. Same white coat, same tired posture, same everything. He worked as though I didn't exist, counting tablets with methodical precision. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. He looked up and met my eyes. Neither of us spoke. But the real horror was this: I couldn't remember which one I was. At 4:27 a.m., I made my choice. If I walked into that storage room every night at 4:33, then I would go in early, before the cycle, before whatever mechanism pulled me through that door could activate. The amphetamine still buzzed in my blood as I pushed through the storage room entrance. The air inside hit me like stepping into a freezer, not the normal chill, but something deeper, bone cold. The door clicked shut behind me. I reached for the handle. My fingers closed around smooth wall. No, I spun around. The door was gone. Just cinderblock painted institutional beige, unbroken from floor to ceiling. I pressed my palms against it, searching for a seam, a crack, anything. But the wall was solid, real. My breath came faster, fogging in the frigid air. The clock on the opposite wall read 4:34 a.m. Impossible. I'd entered at 4:27. I watched the second hand. It didn't move. Frozen. But I could hear my watch ticking on my wrist, could feel time passing in the drum of my pulse. And then, sounds from beyond the wall. The pharmacy was still operating. I heard the register drawer slide open, the soft beep of the scanner, footsteps on linoleum, my footsteps, that familiar rhythm of pacing behind the counter. Someone was working my shift. Would you believe me if I told you I started laughing? The sound came out cracked, desperate. I tried to break the cycle by hiding inside it, and instead I'd locked myself in the very heart of the anomaly. The storage room wasn't where I disappeared to, it was where I'd always been. What I'd realized as the temperature dropped another impossible degree chilled me worse than the air. If the pharmacy was still running outside these walls, then what version of me was working the counter? And how many of us were trapped in here with me? I heard the breath first, not my own, someone else's, slow and ragged like air pulled through damaged lungs. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees. I felt it bite through my shirt, sink into my chest. He stood in the corner where no corner should exist. The older man, the one who'd asked for sleeping pills 2 weeks ago, hollow-eyed, exhausted, wearing the same Medi-Quick vest I had on but decades more faded. "You're starting to remember now," he said, his voice scraped like rust. "Aren't you?" "Remember what?" My own voice sounded thin, desperate. "The shift." He stepped closer. The smell of old antiseptic rolled off him, that same wrong smell that had lived in this room for weeks. "It never ends, Owen. We clock in, but we never clock out." My pulse hammered in my throat. "We," echoes. He pressed his palm against the cinder block where the door used to be. His hand left no warmth. All of us, the same person, trapped in the same infinite shift. I wanted to laugh, to scream. Can you imagine hearing that? That you're not even real anymore. That's insane. You died 8 years ago. His eyes locked onto mine, dead calm. Robbery, 4:34 a.m., right out there at the counter. The floor seemed to tilt beneath me. But what he said next made everything worse. The pharmacy absorbed you, he continued, pulled you in. You've been working ever since, forgetting every time the loop resets, forgetting you're already gone. He smiled, but there was no comfort in it, only resignation. Retirement doesn't exist for us. My knees buckled. I braced against the shelf, metal bit into my palm, cold and real. No, I'm alive. I drove here tonight. I did you. He tilted his head. Or do you just remember driving here? The question hung in the frozen air, and I realized I couldn't answer it. I clawed at the storage room walls until my fingernails split. The concrete was ice cold, slick with something that smelled like formaldehyde and rust. My breath came in ragged gasps. The wall gave way to a door I hadn't seen before. The pharmacy counter stretched before me. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The time clock read 4:29. I spun around, ran back through the door. It opened too. The counter again. Same humming lights, same frozen time. What would you do? When every exit leads to the same beginning. I tried 7 more doors: storage room, break room, bathroom. Each one dumped me behind that counter like a skipping record. My legs buckled. I crawled to the security monitor, hands shaking so badly I could barely press the rewind button. The screen flickered. Multiple feeds displayed simultaneously, different dates, different angles. And there I was, 12 versions of me, some younger, some grayer, all wearing the same vest, all stocking the same shelves at 4:32 a.m. across nights that spanned decades. But what I saw next would shatter everything I thought I understood about the loop. I scrolled back, further, 8 years to the night I supposedly died. The timestamp read 4:33 a.m. A figure in a black hoodie entered frame, moving toward the register. I watched myself, the me from 8 years ago, look up from the pill bottles. The robber raised a gun. My younger self lifted his hands, said something. The robber stepped closer into the light of the fluorescent fixture overhead. I pressed my face to the monitor. The hoodie fell back. No. The robber's face was mine, hollow-eyed, ancient. The same face that had just told me I was dead. And that's when I understood. I wasn't just trapped in the loop. I was the loop. I stand behind the counter at 4:30 a.m. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead. That familiar hum I've heard for decades, or maybe just weeks. Time doesn't mean what it used to. The antiseptic smell is comforting now. Isn't that strange? What would you do if the thing that trapped you became the only thing you knew? The door chimes. A young woman enters, 20-something, dark hair pulled back, nervous smile. She carries a folder against her chest like armor. Denise appears from the back office, coffee in hand. The steam rises between them. "This is Owen," Denise says, gesturing toward me. "He'll show you the ropes tonight." The woman extends her hand. I take it. Her palm is warm. Mine feels cold, dead cold. "I'm really excited," she says. Her voice is bright, hopeful. "I've been looking for something stable. Night shifts are perfect for my schedule." I open my mouth. Nothing. I try again. My throat works. My lips move. But no sound emerges, not even a whisper. The pharmacy swallows every syllable before it can form. The woman doesn't notice. She's already looking around, taking inventory of her new prison. Denise hands her a name tag. She pins it to her shirt, fingers fumbling slightly. I watch the metal catch the fluorescent glare. Her name is printed clearly. Not mine. Not yet. But what happened to me will happen to her. I know that now. The clock on the wall ticks forward. 4:33, 4:34. My hand moves on its own. I reach for the time clock, punch out. The card slots into place with a mechanical click. The woman smiles at me as I grab my coat. "See you tomorrow," she asks. I nod. She will understand soon. When the older version of herself walks through that door at 4:30 a.m. requesting pills she'll never take, when she finds personnel files with her handwriting from years before she was born, she will understand that some shifts never end. The waveform breathes when the booth is empty. I stand with my forehead pressed against the cold glass of booth C, watching the laptop screen glow in the darkness. 3 a.m. The peaks and valleys rise and fall in steady rhythm. Inhale, exhale, inhale. But there is no one inside. No microphone. No equipment running. Just that laptop sitting open on the floor, recording something I cannot see. My hand trembles as I press my palm flat against the glass. The waveform spikes, sharp, immediate, like something exhaled hard against the other side. I jerk back. The smell hits me then, wet copper like pennies left in rain. The booth should smell like foam and plastic. It always smells like foam and plastic. But tonight it smells like old blood and condensation. Can you imagine standing there, knowing the door is locked from the inside? Knowing you are alone in a windowless studio at 3 in the morning and something is breathing where nothing should breathe. I check the door again. Locked. The bolt is thrown from within the booth. I watched the handle turn on its own 20 minutes ago. Watched it slide into place with a soft click that echoed through the empty mixing room. My throat tightens. I have been a sound engineer for 10 years. I know waveforms. I know silence. I know the difference between ambient noise and this. The laptop screen flickers. The waveform steadies into a new pattern. It is not random anymore. It is forming peaks at exact intervals, deliberate, controlled. And then I see it. The pattern spells something in the peaks and valleys, something I recognize from years of editing dialogue. It is spelling my name. But what I did not know yet was that it had been spelling names for decades. 4 weeks earlier, the job felt like a gift. Frank Delaney hired me on the spot. Overnight mixing shifts at Blackwood Audio Studios, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., double rate. I needed the work, my landlord needed the rent, and the studio smelled like coffee grounds and old carpet, familiar and safe. The fluorescent lights hummed a steady 50 hertz tone. I could tune that out. My first night I loaded a folk track into Pro Tools. Acoustic guitar, breathy female vocals, clean session. I adjusted the compression, added reverb, let the faders settle where they belonged. At 3 minutes and 33 seconds in, I heard it. A whisper, underneath the vocal line. Faint, almost not there. But I'd been mixing for 12 years. I knew every frequency, every harmonic. This didn't belong. I isolated the vocal track, played it back. Nothing. I checked the raw file. Silence where the whisper had been. But when I rendered the full mix again, there it was. A voice beneath the singer's breath, threading through the low mids like smoke. What it said made my hands go still on the faders. Alex. My name. Can you imagine hearing your own name in a file you didn't record? I replayed it 6 times, headphones pressed tight against my ears until the foam made them sweat. Same result, same timestamp. 3:33 every time, but the raw tracks were clean. I'd stake my career on it. Therefore, the whisper only existed after I touched the mix. I told myself it was interference, radio bleed, a fluke. Then I mixed the second track. Different artist, different session, recorded months apart. I dragged the playhead forward, watching the time code. 3:32, 3:33, there. Louder this time, clearer, Alex, James Mercer. My full name. All 3 words, spoken in a voice that sounded like wet paper tearing. The studio felt colder suddenly, or maybe I just noticed the cold for the first time. The air conditioning vent above booth C rattled, metal on metal. Outside the mixing room window, the hallway stretched dark and empty. No one else worked past midnight. Frank had mentioned that during my interview almost as an afterthought. You'll have the place to yourself. I thought that sounded perfect. Now the silence pressed against the soundproofing like something waiting. I checked the raw files again. Nothing. Checked the plugins, the routing, the input chains. Everything clean. But the render kept whispering my name at 3:33 like clockwork, like it knew exactly when I'd be listening. Why that timestamp? Why my full name, middle name included, when my contract only listed Alex Mercer? And that's when I realized whatever was speaking hadn't learned my name from any file I could see. I came in early the next evening, desperate for daylight conversation. The smell of burnt coffee and stale air hit me before I even reached the mixing room. 2 engineers hunched over a tracking session, laughing at something on a phone screen. Hey, question, my voice sounded hoarse. You guys ever hear anomalies in the mixes? The taller one, Jason, I think, glanced up, barely interested. Like what? Hum, check your ground loops. No, not hum, like whispers. At specific timestamps. They exchanged a look, the kind of look that made my stomach tighten. Dude, you're working overnights. Jason grinned. You know how that messes with your head. Get some sleep. The other engineer already had his headphones back on. I tried Frank next. Found him in his office, door half open, sorting invoices under flickering fluorescent light. The hum was louder in there, constant, almost vibrating through my teeth. Frank, I need to ask you something. He didn't look up. Make it quick. I'm hearing interference, voice artifacts in every mix. Always at 3 minutes 33 seconds. His pen stopped, just for a second. Then he resumed writing. Electrical interference, he said flatly. Old building, I'll call someone. But it says I'll call someone Alex. The way he said my name made my skin crawl. Have you ever been dismissed so completely you wondered if you'd imagine the whole thing? I walked back through the hallway. Noticed the schedule pinned to the corkboard. Day shift. Evening shift. Then, nothing. No names after 10 p.m. except mine. I was the only one here overnight. 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Alone in this windowless maze. Just me and the humming lights and the stale air that never moved. But what I didn't know yet was why no one else would take the night shift anymore, and what they'd all heard before they refused. I needed proof I wasn't losing my mind. The security camera clicked onto the tripod behind my chair, lens aimed at my face and the mixing desk. I angled it carefully, making sure the microphone stayed in frame. My hands trembled as I tightened the mount. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed their constant electric drone, and the stale air tasted metallic on my tongue. I pressed record at 10:47 p.m. The mix session felt endless. Every minute crawled. I kept glancing at the camera's tiny red light, knowing it watched me, knowing I'd see the truth later. At 3 minutes 33 seconds into the track, I held my breath, listening for the whisper beneath the vocals. There it was, faint, cold, saying my full name, Alex James Mercer. I felt nothing. No urge to speak. No movement I wasn't controlling. But what the playback showed made my stomach drop through the floor. I watched myself on the laptop screen at 11:32 p.m. There I was, hunched over the desk, adjusting levels. The timestamp hit 3:33. On screen, my hands stopped, just froze mid-gesture. My head lifted slowly, mechanically, eyes wide open but completely blank, like someone had scooped out everything behind them and left only glass. I leaned forward, toward the microphone. My lips moved. The audio captured it perfectly, a whisper in my own voice, cold and hollow. Alex James Mercer. Have you ever watched yourself do something you have zero memory of doing? It's like staring at a stranger wearing your face. My hands shook so badly I could barely pause the video. I shoved back from the desk, and the drawer handle was ice cold against my palm as I yanked it open, searching for anything. My fingers found paper wedged in the back corner, yellowed, folded tight. The handwriting was frantic, ink pressed deep into the fibers. It is not you whispering. Check Booth C. signed Curtis Vale, former engineer, and scrawled below in trembling letters. If you are reading this, you are already being recorded. The studio archive smelled wrong, like dust mixed with something metallic, almost like burnt copper. I descended the basement stairs at 4 in the morning, Curtis's note crumpled in my fist. The fluorescent lights down here flickered in a rhythm that made my pulse quicken. Personnel files lined metal shelves, cold to the touch. I pulled every overnight engineer folder from the past decade. 7 names, 7 resignation dates. No 2-week notices, just abrupt departures, sometimes mid-shift. My hands trembled as I reached Curtis Vale's file. Terminated. October 14, 2019. Not resigned. Terminated. I cornered Frank the next evening before my shift. Tell me about Curtis Vale. His jaw tightened. That's not. We don't discuss former employees. Why not? Drop it, Alex. He turned away, but I saw his hand shake as he reached for the door. So I went back down. The hard drive sat in plastic bins labeled by year. I found 2019 and hauled it to the mixing room. My laptop whirred as I searched Curtis's session files. There, his final mix. Dated October 13, 2019. The night before his termination. I loaded it, pressed play. At 3 minutes and 33 seconds, his voice emerged beneath the track. Calm, hollow. 472 Burnside Street. August 9, 1990. October 14, 2019. His address, his birthday, and a date, But what I discovered next made my blood freeze. I Googled Curtis Vale's obituary. Died October 14th, 2019. Unexplained cardiac arrest. Age 29. He whispered his own death date, and 24 hours later it came true. And that's when I realized the whisper wasn't just recording me. It was predicting something far worse. I had to know if it would happen to me too. The mixing desk felt colder under my palms as I set up a fresh session, fingers trembling so badly I fumbled the cable inputs twice. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed their usual monotone dirge, but tonight the sound felt thicker, like it was pressing against my eardrums. I hit record. 3 minutes, 33 seconds, that's all I had to wait. My heartbeat filled the headphones as the timeline crawled forward, each second stretching like warm tar. I watched the waveform dance with my breath, with the soft creak of my chair, with the wet click of my throat when I swallowed. At 3 minutes 32 seconds, my hands went numb. Then, silence. My own voice whispered through the speakers, clear, calm, familiar but wrong, like hearing yourself on an old answering machine. 417 Hawthorne Street, Apartment B, September 12, 1992. My address, my birthday, November 21st, next Thursday. The air left my lungs. Can you imagine hearing the exact date you're supposed to die? Not from a doctor, not from a fortune teller, from your own mouth speaking words you never said. I slammed my fist on the delete key. The file blinked out, then reappeared. I deleted it again, 5 times. Each time it regenerated like a wound refusing to close. But what I did next made everything so much worse. I ran, grabbed my jacket, my keys, didn't bother shutting down the equipment. The hallway stretched longer than I remembered, my footsteps echoing in a rhythm that sounded almost like whispering. The exit door's push bar felt sticky under my palm. Was that condensation or something else? Outside, November rain drilled the pavement, cold mist clinging to my face. I fumbled my keys into the ignition. Click, click, click. The engine turned over, but wouldn't catch. The battery was new. I'd driven here 3 hours ago. I tried again. Click, click, click. The studio lights behind me flickered once. Then the windows went dark, one by one, like eyes closing. The building exhaled cold air through the cracked exit door, carrying the smell of burnt plastic and something older, earthier, like wet soil. My phone screen glowed, 1 bar of signal. I dialed Frank's number with shaking fingers. It rang and rang. Then, static. Underneath the white noise, I heard it. My own whispered voice looping, November 21st, November 21st, November 21st. The studio door behind me creaked open by itself, just an inch, just enough to let something out or invite me back in. I ran. The studio door groaned wider behind me, but I didn't look back. My legs carried me down the block, lungs burning, the burnt plastic smell clinging to my jacket. I flagged down a late-night rideshare with shaking hands. The driver asked if I was okay. I lied. Home felt wrong, too quiet, too close to whatever was following me. So I went to the only place open at 4 in the morning, a 24-hour diner on Burnside with free Wi-Fi. The fluorescent buzz reminded me of the studio. I ordered coffee I wouldn't drink and opened my laptop. City records, fire department archives. I needed to know what I was dealing with. The search term was simple: Blackwood audio fire. The results loaded slowly, and what I found made my hands go cold. November 3rd, 1997. Booth C electrical fire during overnight session. One casualty: Hugo Brennan, age unknown, sound engineer. The report stated the fire was contained within 20 minutes, but witnesses, 3 firefighters and a neighboring business owner, reported hearing screaming from inside the booth for hours afterward. The door had been opened. The booth was empty. No body recovered. I scrolled further: rebuilding permits, insurance claims, then a personnel file scanned and archived. Hugo Brennan's employee photo filled my screen: gaunt face, hollow eyes, thin lips pressed together. He was staring directly at the camera, but his eyes were wrong: too dark, too still, like they were looking through the lens through time straight at me. And beneath the photo, handwritten in faded ink: overnight engineer, Booth C specialist. But what made my stomach twist was something I hadn't expected to find: the notation at the bottom of his file, stamped in red: audio logs preserved in perpetuity. That's when I realized Hugo hadn't just died in that fire. I drove back to Blackwood at 2 in the morning. The studio sat dark and empty, fluorescent lights humming their usual dirge. My hand trembled as I unlocked the front door. Booth C waited at the end of the hallway. The metal door handle felt ice cold under my palm. Colder than it should be. I twisted it. The seal broke with a wet sucking sound, releasing air that smelled wrong, stale, organic, like someone had been living in there. Oh God, someone had. A sleeping bag lay crumpled in the corner. Fast food wrappers scattered across the floor. Empty water bottles lined the wall. But that wasn't what froze me in place. A laptop sat open on a makeshift desk, 2 milk crates and a plank. The screen glowed pale blue in the darkness. Audio software running, recording live. I stepped closer. The waveform on screen pulsed rhythmically, up and down, matching my breathing exactly. Can you imagine seeing your own breath visualized by something you didn't set up? My chest tightened. I held my breath. The waveform continued. Then I heard it, wet breathing, behind me, close enough to feel against my neck. I spun around. Empty booth. Just me and the sleeping bag and the smell of old sweat. When I turned back to the laptop, the cursor was moving, on its own, sliding across the screen with mechanical precision, opening a folder I hadn't touched. The folder name appeared in white text: collection. Inside, files, audio files, each one named after someone: Curtis_Vale_final_recording.wav, Jenkins_Emma_final_recording.wav. 7 names total. 7 overnight engineers. But what I saw at the bottom made my stomach drop through the floor. Alex_Mercer_final_recording.wav. The file was already created. Timestamp: tonight. Size: 0 kilobytes. And growing. I ran out of booth C down the corridor. My sneakers slapped against linoleum that smelled faintly of mildew and copper. The exit sign glowed red at the end of the hall. But when I shoved through the door, fluorescent lights buzzed overhead and I was staring at booth C again. No, I turned, ran the opposite direction, past the mixing room, past Frank's office, through the loading bay door and into the corridor. Booth C waited ahead, door hanging open like a mouth. Can you imagine that? Every exit, every turn, leading back, I pulled out my phone. My hands shook so hard I nearly dropped it. No signal. I dialed 911 anyway. Static poured from the speaker, and beneath it, faint but growing, the whisper. My full name, over and over. I threw the phone. It clattered against the wall, but the whisper didn't stop, because it wasn't coming from the phone anymore. It was in my heartbeat. Tha thump. Alex. Tha thump. Mercer. Each pulse carried it through my veins, a rhythm I couldn't escape. I pressed my palms over my ears, but it only grew louder, syncing with my breath. In Alex, out Mercer. The booth walls glistened. Condensation beaded and dripped, slow and deliberate, like sweat on living skin. My watch read 3:32. Oh, no, the lights cut out, pure black, the kind that presses against your eyes. I froze, breath caught, something cold touched the back of my neck. Wet, solid, I screamed. And from the darkness, my scream played back, looped, layered, whispered in 7 different voices, all mine, all wrong. But what I heard beneath those voices made my blood stop cold. Warmth touched my face. Not cold, not wet, warmth. I opened my eyes to fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, and Frank Delaney's panicked face hovering above mine. His breath smelled like cheap coffee and cigarettes. The mixing desk pressed hard against my spine. Headphones tangled around my throat. The microphone was live, red LED glowing like a tiny wound. Jesus Christ, Alex, can you hear me? I blinked. My tongue tasted like copper. My neck throbbed where it had touched me. I tried to speak, but only a croak escaped. Frank pulled the headphones off. You've been out for hours. I found you at 6:15. It's almost noon. Noon, daylight. Real daylight filtering through the hallway from the front entrance. I could see dust motes floating in the golden beam. I wanted to cry. I'm leaving, I whispered. What? I'm leaving. Forever, I'm done. Frank stepped back, hands raised. Okay. Okay, you need a hospital. No. I shoved myself upright. The studio spun, but I forced my legs to work. One step, another. The floor felt solid. The walls stayed where they were. I stumbled past Frank, past the mixing room, past Booth C. I didn't look inside. I couldn't. My car started on the first try. The steering wheel was sun-warmed under my palms, real and ordinary and perfect. I drove. I didn't stop until Portland was a smudge in my rear-view mirror, but what I didn't know then, what I couldn't have known, was that leaving wasn't the same as escaping. 3 months passed. I found work in Seattle. I slept with the lights on. I never mixed audio again. I convinced myself it was over. I was wrong. Because on a cold February night, a woman named Sarah Chen walked into Blackwood Audio Studios for her first overnight shift. Frank hired her without mentioning the history, without warning her. At 3:33 into her first mix, she stopped, cocked her head, listened. A whisper threaded through the track, faint, unmistakable. Sarah Marie Chen, her full name. She checked the raw files. Nothing there, just like I had. And in Booth C, when the day shift engineer opened it the next morning, they found something new on the floor. A sleeping bag. Fresh food wrappers. The laptop still recording, cursor blinking. The folder labeled collection had grown. Curtis Vale, Final recording. Hugo Brennan, archived. Michael Tors, archived. David Kim, archived. And there, second from the bottom, Alex_Mercer_final_recording.wav. The file was 4 hours and 37 minutes long. Sarah would discover it in 2 weeks. She would listen. She would hear my voice whispering her address, her birthday, her death date. And she would realize, just as I had, that some studios don't just record sound. They collect it. They collect us. And once you're in the collection, you never really leave. The smell hit me before I even turned the key. Death, or something close to it. That sour sweet rot that burrows into your throat and stays there. Brenda had called it in 3 hours ago, refused to go near the room herself. I didn't blame her. The graveyard shift was mine to own, my penance for avoiding daylight and people who asked questions I couldn't answer. Room 118, ground floor, corner unit. The master key felt heavier than usual. My hand shook just slightly as I slid it into the lock. The metallic click echoed down the empty hallway. I pushed the door open and stopped. The room was empty, bed made, corners tight. No luggage, no guest. The smell should have been overwhelming in here, but it wasn't. It was faint. Wrong, like it was coming from inside the walls instead of the air. I stepped inside. The carpet muffled my footsteps. Too quiet. The kind of silence that makes you hold your breath without meaning to. That's when I saw the bathroom mirror. Condensation covered the glass in a thick fog, droplets sliding down in slow trails. But the room was cold. No steam. No shower running. And in the center of that wet surface, someone had traced words with their finger. I'm still checked in. Don't enter after midnight. My pulse hammered in my ears. Who writes a message? In an empty room. I grabbed a towel and wiped the mirror clean. My reflection stared back, pale and exhausted. Just my imagination, I told myself. Just another reason I shouldn't work nights. But what I found when I returned to the front desk would prove that some warnings aren't meant to be ignored. I pulled up the guest log on the computer. Room 118. Occupied. Checked in 13 minutes ago. The name on the screen was mine. My hand hovered over the phone. The receiver felt heavier than it should, cold plastic slick against my palm. Room 118 shouldn't be occupied. The bed was made. The room was empty, but the computer doesn't lie. I dialed the extension. 118. The line clicked open before the first ring finished. No greeting, just breathing, wet, labored like someone drowning on dry land. Hello, my voice cracked. This is the front desk. I need to verify. The breathing stopped. Silence pressed against my ear, thick and waiting. Then a voice came through. My voice. Same flat Oklahoma accent. Same tired rasp from too many graveyard shifts. You weren't supposed to open that room. My throat closed. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. I've been dead in the walls for 6 months, the voice continued, calm and patient. Now you let me out. The line went dead with a soft click. I dropped the receiver. It swung by its cord, tapping against the desk in a slow rhythm. The stale coffee I'd poured an hour ago had gone cold, but I could smell something else now. That chemical odor from 118 seeping down the hallway. Formaldehyde. Rot. Something preserved but decaying anyway. Can you imagine hearing your own voice tell you you're dead? But what happened next made my blood turn to ice. Down the hallway, past the vending machines and the ice dispenser, a door opened. Not a quick motion, slow, deliberate. The hinges creaked in the empty silence. Then footsteps, heavy, steady, coming toward the lobby. I stared at the security monitor. The hallway camera showed nothing. Empty corridor, flickering fluorescent lights. But I could hear them. Closer. The drag of shoes on worn carpet. The slight scrape of something being pulled behind. The footsteps stopped just outside my office door. My eyes snapped to the security monitor. The grainy black and white feed showed the hallway. And this time, something was there. A figure in a motel uniform moved toward the camera with slow, deliberate steps. Each footfall echoed through the thin office door behind me, perfectly synced with the dragging sound that scraped against the carpet runner. Something heavy, something wet. The chemical stench grew thicker, formaldehyde mixed with copper. I leaned closer to the screen. The figure's head was down, shoulders hunched forward like he'd been walking for hours. The dragging thing behind him left a dark smear on the carpet. I couldn't see what it was. The angle was wrong, but I heard it fabric and weight pulled with rhythmic effort. The figure stopped beneath the hallway camera. Then, oh God, he looked up. My face stared back at me from the monitor. Not similar, not close, exact. Same crooked nose from the high school fight I never talked about. Same scar through my left eyebrow. Same expression I wore when I was too tired to fake being okay. But what I saw in those eyes wasn't exhaustion. It was patience. What would you do if you saw yourself walking toward you in the middle of the night? I lunged for the office door. My fingers fumbled with the deadbolt, cold metal biting into my palm, and I twisted it just as the footsteps stopped outside. The dragging sound ceased. Silence flooded the gap beneath the door, thick and expectant. Then the doorknob turned, slowly, testing. My breath caught in my throat. The knob rotated a full 90 degrees, held there, then released with a soft click. Nothing. I waited. 10 seconds, 20. The chemical smell began to fade, retreating back down the hallway like fog pulled by an unseen tide. I forced myself to look at the monitor again. The hallway was empty. No figure, no smear on the carpet, just fluorescent lights buzzing over stained walls. But I knew what I'd seen, and what I hadn't yet understood was still out there, waiting for me to figure out the rules. I needed answers. The filing cabinet stood in the corner behind the desk, dented metal cold under my palm. I yanked the bottom drawer. It scraped open with a shriek that made my teeth ache. Inside, manila folders thick with mildew and neglect. The smell hit me, old paper and something damp rotting. How long since anyone looked at these? I pulled out the employee records. My fingers shook as I flipped through them. 3 names jumped out. Night auditors, all within the past 3 years. Colin Draper, vanished 6 months ago. Mid-shift, no notice. No call. Gloria's note in red ink, no show, presumed quit. But people don't just vanish, do they? I kept digging. Found the logbook stacked beneath the folders, pages yellowed and curling. Draper's final entries were dated March 9th. The handwriting started neat, then grew erratic, slanted, pressed so hard the pen tore through. March 8th. Quiet night. Guest in 118 paid cash for the week. Keeps curtains drawn. March 9th, guest in 118 knows my name. How, that was it. The last line he ever wrote. My pulse hammered in my ears. The silence around me felt thick. Waiting, what would you do if you found that? If you saw your predecessor's terror preserved in ink? I turned the page. The next entry was dated March 10th. Different handwriting. Smooth. Careful, it said, Derek Paulson, first shift, all quiet. But I didn't start working here 6 months ago. Did I? The air in the office grew colder. I could see my breath now, faint clouds in the dim light. Behind me, something creaked, the soft groan of a floorboard adjusting to weight. I wasn't alone anymore. I didn't wait for whatever shared the office with me. I ran. The side exit door slammed behind me, and gray dawn light spilled through windows that faced the parking lot. Wrong direction. I'd gone through the side door, should have been facing the dumpsters and the tree line. Instead, the lobby spread out before me. Same scuffed tile, same flickering fluorescence. My breath came in short gasps. The cold morning air tasted metallic like blood or rust. I turned back. The door I just exited, labeled office, sat exactly where it should be, behind me, not in front. I tried the front entrance, pushed through. 3 steps onto the concrete walkway, and my shoes squeaked on tile again. Lobby. The same crooked vacancy sign buzzed in the window. What would you do? Keep trying, or accept what your gut already knows? I tried 4 more exits. Maintenance closet. Emergency door by the ice machine. The back delivery entrance that always stuck. Every single one spat me back into that lobby like a dog on an invisible chain. But the real nightmare waited outside in the parking lot. My sedan sat in its usual spot under the broken lamppost. I yanked the door handle, cold enough to burn my palm, and dropped into the driver's seat. Turned the key. Click. Click, nothing. The engine didn't even turn over, just dead silence. I tried again and again. The steering wheel felt wrong under my hands, too smooth, too cold, like touching a corpse. I looked up at the motel through the windshield. Started driving anyway, coasting in neutral down the slight grade of the lot. The exit was 30 yards away. 20. 10. The hood ornament passed the painted yellow line marking the property boundary, and suddenly I was rolling backward. Up the grade, back toward my parking spot. The motel loomed larger in the rearview mirror. I slammed the brakes. Didn't matter. The car drifted backward until the tires kissed the curb in the exact spot I'd started. The phone. Inside. I had to call someone. Gloria answered on the second ring. Pineview Motor Lodge. Gloria, thank God, it's me, it's Derek. Something's wrong here, I can't. I'm sorry. Her voice was pleasant, distant. Who is this? My throat closed. Derek. Derek Paulson. I work the night shift. I've been working here for. Derek Paulson quit 6 months ago, hun. She paused. I heard papers rustling. Didn't even give notice, just stopped showing up. Who is this? And why are you calling from the motel phone? The line went dead in my hand. And that's when I heard footsteps in the hallway, coming from room 118. I moved, didn't think, just ran. The staff bathroom, closest door, no windows. I slammed it shut and locked it, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The footsteps had stopped, or maybe they were waiting. I pressed my back against the cold tile wall and tried to steady myself. Think. I dug into my back pocket, fingers fumbling for my wallet. The leather was worn, familiar. But when I flipped it open under the flickering fluorescent light, nothing made sense. My driver's license stared back at me. Derek James Paulson, my face, my address, but the expiration date, last year, March. I blinked, checked again. The plastic felt real enough, smooth under my thumb, but the numbers didn't lie. How long had I been carrying an expired license without noticing? Can you imagine going months without checking something so basic? My phone. I pulled it from my pocket, hands shaking. The screen glowed faintly, no signal. The date frozen at April 19th, 6 months ago. The battery icon showed full, but nothing moved. No notifications. No time ticking forward. Just stuck. My chest tightened. The air in the bathroom smelled faintly of bleach and something else. Something metallic, like old pennies left in water. I looked up. The mirror above the sink reflected me standing there, phone in hand, face pale under the bad lighting. I lowered my phone. My reflection lowered its phone a heartbeat later. I froze, raised my hand, watched the mirror version lift its hand. Slowly, too slowly, like it was moving through something thicker than air. But what I discovered when I touched that glass changed everything. I reached forward. My fingertips met the surface. Ice cold. No colder than ice. The kind of cold that burns. I pulled back. My reflection stayed pressed against the glass. And then it smiled. I wasn't smiling. The thing wearing my face widened its grin, and its lips began to move, forming words I couldn't hear through the glass. I ran. The bathroom door slammed behind me, and the fluorescent hallway lights flickered once, twice, then steadied into that sickly yellow glow. My shoes squeaked against the linoleum. Too loud. Everything was too loud. My breathing. My heartbeat. The hum of the ice machine at the end of the corridor. Behind me I heard it. A door opening. Slow, deliberate. Not the bathroom door, something else. I didn't look back. Couldn't. My legs carried me past room 114, 115, 116. The numbers blurred, but I felt the distance shrinking between us, between me and whatever was wearing my face. The overhead lights began to flicker in sequence, chasing me down the hallway like dominoes falling. Click, click, click. Each bulb dimming as I passed, then brightening again behind me. I reached the junction where the hallway split toward the lobby, and the door to the laundry room stood half open on my right. I ducked inside, pulled the door shut. No lock. The laundry room smelled like bleach and damp fabric, that thick chemical sweetness that coats the back of your throat. 2 industrial washers, a folding table, shelves of threadbare towels. I pressed my back against the wall beside the door, trying to slow my breathing, trying to think. But what I heard next made thinking impossible. Footsteps in the hallway, even, patient. The sound of shoes on linoleum, measured and calm, like someone taking a midnight stroll. And then, my own voice, calling my name. Derek. Have you ever heard your own voice from outside your body? Not a recording, those always sound wrong, distorted. This was perfect, every inflection, every tonal quality. The exact pitch I heard in my own skull when I spoke. Derek, I know you're close. The footsteps stopped. Right outside the laundry room door. I held my breath. The silence stretched so long I thought maybe, it had moved on. But that hope died when I heard the soft scrape of fingernails dragging down the wooden door. Slow, deliberate, 4 lines top to bottom. Then the footsteps resumed, moving away, fading toward the far end of the motel. I waited, counted to 60 in my head, then 60 more. The washer hummed beside me, though I knew for certain it hadn't been running when I entered. The sound was rhythmic, almost like breathing. In and out, in and out. That's when I noticed the smell. It had been faint before, that chemical death stench from room 118. But now it was stronger, thicker, seeping through the walls themselves like something rotting behind the drywall. I turned slowly toward the wall I'd been leaning against. The paint was old, cracked in places, yellowed, but beneath my palm the surface felt warm, not room temperature, not the ambient heat of a building. This was body warmth, feverish, pulsing almost. I snatched my hand away, and as I did, I heard it, scratching. Inside the wall, something moving, dragging, clawing. The sound traveled from my left to my right, following the length of the wall behind the washers. Deliberate, methodical, like fingers testing the drywall from the other side, searching for weak points, searching for a way through. I backed toward the door. My hand found the knob, but before I could turn it, the scratching stopped. And in the silence that followed, I heard my own voice again, closer now, just outside, whisper something that turned my blood to ice. "I know what you did, Derek. I know why you can't remember." The doorknob began to turn beneath my hand. The doorknob stopped turning. I didn't wait to see why. I shoved through the laundry room's rear service door, didn't know it existed until panic made me look, and stumbled into the cold night air. But the air smelled wrong. Chemical. Familiar. I was standing outside room 118. The door stood open, waiting. My legs moved before my brain caught up. I crossed the threshold and the temperature dropped 10 degrees. The smell hit me like a fist. That sickly sweet rot I'd been chasing all night, concentrated here, soaking into the carpet and walls. The scratching sound started again, not from the hallway, from inside the wall behind the headboard. Something was in there, something that had been clawing for a very long time. I grabbed the headboard and yanked it away from the wall. The drywall behind it bulged outward, warped and soft with moisture. I could see cracks spreading like veins. Whatever was behind it had been trying to get out, or trying to make room. I drove my fist through the drywall. It gave way with a wet crunch, and the smell that poured out made me gag. Rotting meat and mildew and something else, something older. I tore at the edges, pulling away chunks of plaster and insulation, widening the hole until I could see into the darkness beyond. A crawl space, barely 3 feet deep. And it wasn't empty. Fabric, rotting. Dark shapes wedged into the narrow cavity like sardines in a tin. I fumbled for my phone, shone the light inside, and my stomach turned to ice. 3 bodies. Can you imagine finding yourself staring at your own future? Because that's what I saw in that crawl space. They wore the same uniform I had on. Pale blue shirts, name tags still pinned to their chests despite the advanced decay. I leaned closer, bile rising in my throat, and read the names embossed on tarnished plastic. Draper, HSU, Alvarez. The missing night auditors, all of them, stacked in the walls like forgotten luggage. But what chilled me most wasn't the bodies. It was the fresh scratches on the inside of the drywall, made from within, and the newest corpse was still wearing a watch that ticked softly in the dark. Behind me, footsteps entered the room, slow, deliberate. My own voice whispered from the doorway, and what it said made my blood freeze. I bolted through the doorway, past the smell clinging to my uniform like grease. My shoes slapped the hallway tile too loud, too fast, but the other footsteps behind me matched my rhythm exactly. Not rushing, just keeping pace. The lobby fluorescents buzzed overhead as I stumbled behind the front desk. My breath came in short gasps. I turned. He stood in the center of the lobby, my face, my uniform, my posture even. That slight slouch I'd always hated. But his eyes were calm, patient. "You ran," he said with my voice, not mocking, observing. "Stay back." My hand found the desk phone, dead, no dial tone, just silence. He tilted his head. "You're not Derek Paulson." I. "I am. You're what he left behind when he ran." He stepped closer. The floor didn't creak under his weight. "I'm what stayed." The air turned cold. That chemical smell from 118 seeped through the vents, filling my lungs. I pressed my back against the monitor. Static hissed from the speakers. "The thing in 118, his voice softened, almost gentle. "It feeds on unfinished shifts, on abandonment. Someone starts the work, then leaves. Walks away mid-shift." He gestured at me. "You're the echo, I'm the exit. What would you do if you couldn't remember yesterday?" I tried. Oh God, I tried to pull up anything before tonight. My first shift, training, the interview. Where I lived, my mother's face. My childhood bedroom, nothing, just the desk, the keys, the hallway, an endless loop of fluorescent light and rotting air. "You've been here 6 months," he whispered, repeating the same 8 hours, trying to finish what he abandoned. But the real horror was what he said next. I woke with my cheek pressed against the front desk. Sunlight. Real sunlight streaming through the office window, warm and gold. The fluorescent buzz had stopped. Morning sounds filtered in from the parking lot. Car doors, an engine turning over, a crow cawing somewhere distant. My mouth tasted like stale coffee. My neck ached. 8:03 in the morning. The door chimed. Gloria Finch breezed in carrying her thermos and clipboard, keys jangling on her belt. She smiled, the first genuine warmth I'd seen from her in. "How long?" "Derek, you look exhausted, hun." She set her things down, glanced at the logbook. "Another quiet night." I stared at her. She looked normal, real. Her perfume smelled like lavender, not chemicals. "Yeah," I heard myself say. "Quiet." She nodded, already distracted by paperwork. I turned to the computer. My hand shook as I pulled up the schedule. 6 months. 6 solid months of night shifts under my name. Never missed. Never late. Perfect attendance from October 5th through today, April 9th. My throat tightened. I clicked through to room status. 118 blinked on the screen. Vacant, green. Available. The notes section showed nothing. No complaints. No incidents. Vacant for months according to the maintenance log. But what I'd seen in that crawl space hadn't been a dream. "You feeling okay?" Gloria's voice cut through my thoughts. "Fine." The word came out flat. She studied me for a moment, then shrugged. "Well, get some rest. See you tonight." Tonight I stood, gathered my jacket, walked toward the exit, and then I smelled it. Faint. Underneath Gloria's lavender. Underneath the morning coffee brewing in the break room, something sweet and rotting clinging to my uniform, to my skin, the smell from 118. I looked back at the desk, at the empty hallway beyond, at room 118's door, closed and silent at the end of the corridor. Gloria hummed softly, filling out forms. The sunlight felt cold now. I stepped outside. The parking lot stretched before me, familiar and endless. My car sat in its usual spot. I reached for my keys. Can you imagine walking toward freedom and knowing deep in your bones that you'll never reach it? I opened the car door, started the engine, drove toward the exit, and when I blinked, I was back at the desk, cheek pressed against cold laminate, sunlight streaming through the window, 8:03 in the morning. The door chimed. Gloria walked in, smiling. The man at my desk is wearing my face. I press my palm against the security office window. The glass is cold, too cold for October. My breath doesn't fog it. That should bother me more than it does, but I can't stop staring at him. At me, slumped over the desk like he fell asleep mid-shift, except his eyes are wide open, staring at the door. At me. The fluorescent lights inside hum at a frequency that makes my teeth ache. I've worked this graveyard shift for 3 years. I know every sound in this garage, but this is wrong, like a violin string tuned half a step flat. I reach for the door handle. My hand passes through the first time. No, not through. I missed. My depth perception is off. I try again, slower. The metal is ice against my skin, and when I pull, the door doesn't budge. Locked from the inside, but I can see my keys, right there on the corpse's belt. Same carabiner. Same Swiss Army knife attached. Same brass key to my apartment that I've been meaning to replace because the teeth are worn down. What would you do? If you saw yourself dead, I should call someone. 911, my supervisor, anyone. But my radio hangs silent at my hip, and when I reach for my phone, I don't remember where I left it. The thought slips away like water through fingers. The body's chest doesn't move. No rise, no fall. But here's what makes my stomach drop. The wedding ring tan line on his left hand. I got divorced 2 years ago. Haven't worn the ring since. But the pale band of skin is there on both of us. Identical. His eyes haven't blinked once. I tap the window once, twice. The sound echoes wrong in the concrete space like it's traveling through water instead of air. The corpse doesn't react, but I swear his pupils shift, just a fraction, tracking toward the sound. The air smells like hospital disinfectant mixed with gasoline. And that's when I notice the time clock on the wall behind him. The red digital display blinks. 2:11 a.m., 2:11, 2:11, over and over. The same moment. Frozen. But what I saw next made me realize the clock wasn't broken at all. My mind fractured backward to 11 p.m. The time clock's green light blinked as I swiped my badge. Same fluorescent hum I'd heard 500 times before. Same coffee smell from the pot I'd started 3 hours into every graveyard shift for the past 2 years. Same concrete chill seeping through my boots. Normal. Everything felt normal. I poured the coffee into my thermos, the steam curling up in that familiar way. Took a sip. The liquid hit my tongue and, wrong, metallic, like I'd bitten the inside of my cheek, like blood pooling in my mouth. I swallowed anyway, Told myself it was just the new filter, maybe rust in the pipes. But the taste clung to my teeth, coating them in copper. I walked to the security booth, sat down in the worn chair that knew the shape of my body, turned on the monitors. 6 screens flickered to life, showing empty parking levels in grainy black and white, except Level 1, Camera 3, my booth. The chair sat empty. The thermos rested on the desk. I could see the steam rising from it, but no one sat there. I looked down at my hands on the desk. Solid, real. The wedding ring tan line pale against my skin. I looked back at the monitor, still empty. Have you ever seen proof you don't exist? Can you imagine that cold drop in your stomach? But I pushed it away. Told myself the camera had a dead zone. Told myself I was sitting in the blind spot. I'd been working too many doubles. Exhaustion playing tricks. The fluorescent lights hummed above me. But the pitch was wrong, too low, like a growl buried in static. I'd never noticed that before. Had it always sounded like that? The coffee taste lingered, metallic, wrong. But what I didn't know yet, what I couldn't have known, was that I'd already been tasting it for hours. I pushed away from the desk. My legs felt solid enough, real enough. The fluorescent hum followed me down the corridor to the elevator. Level 6. The button glowed orange under my finger. The elevator cables groaned overhead, wrong frequency, like violin strings tuned too low. When the doors opened, the air smelled different, sharper. Hospital disinfectant mixed with gasoline. At 1:55 a.m. I heard it. An engine, smooth, expensive. The sound echoed through the concrete in a way that made my teeth ache. A black sedan glided into spot 34. No headlights, just there, the engine cut. Silence pressed against my eardrums. I approached. Slowly, each footstep seemed to arrive a second before my foot touched ground. The driver's window rolled down. Oh, the face staring back at me was mine. Same stubble pattern. Same scar through the left eyebrow from the bike accident when I was 12. Same jacket I'd worn to work tonight, still hanging in my locker. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that? From the outside? He didn't speak, just extended his hand through the window. Something white dangled from his fingers, a hospital bracelet, plastic. The edges worn, I took it, cold against my palm. Status critical. Patient name Barnett Levi, the numbers blurred, date. Time admission. Check, the doppelganger said. His voice was mine but flatter, drained. Check what? He pointed at my wrist, at my throat. I pressed 2 fingers against my neck, shifted position, pressed harder, tried the other side, nothing. I moved my fingers to my wrist, searching for the familiar flutter beneath skin. Nothing. No pulse. No heartbeat. No rhythm at all. But what I didn't understand yet was that this moment right here had already happened before. I stumbled backward, hand pressed against silent ribs. The sedan driver watched me with dead eyes, my eyes. Then I heard the footsteps, echoing from stairwell B, slow, deliberate. The metal door shrieked open, and another me stepped onto level 6. Same uniform, same confused expression. He froze when he saw us. No, he whispered. No, I just clocked in at 11. You're not real. The fluorescent lights above flickered, casting our shadows in triplicate. Have you ever seen yourself from the outside? It's worse than any mirror. I could see the exhaustion carved into his face. Into my face. Before I could speak, the elevator chimed behind me. The doors slid open. Two more. Two more versions of me stumbled out, blinking against the sickly yellow light. The garage air shifted, suddenly thick with the sharp chemical bite of hospital disinfectant mixed with oil and concrete dust. It coated my throat, made me gag. "This is wrong," one of them said. His voice cracked. I collapsed at 8 p.m. In the office, I felt it. The rupture. "Shut up," the stairwell version snapped. I arrived at 11, your hallucinations, brain damage, oxygen deprivation. But what they said next made everything worse. The one from the sedan spoke, calm and cold. "We've had this conversation before, all of us. You'll remember soon." I pressed my palm against the concrete pillar. It felt wrong, too warm. Pulse-like vibrations throbbed beneath the surface, rhythmic and wet. The clocks on every level began ticking backward. 2:11 became 2:10, then 2:09. "No," I breathed. "No, that's not." All four of them turned to me in perfect unison. Their mouths moved together, words synchronized. "We're dying," they said as one voice. "And we can't stop it from happening again." That's when I heard more footsteps, descending from every stairwell, every shadow. I ran, away from the footsteps, away from myself. The security office door swung open under my weight, monitors glowing cold blue in the darkness. Static hissed from every speaker, a sound like breathing through water. I grabbed the desk chair, pulled myself close to the screens. 8 monitors, 8 angles of the garage, all showing me. The first screen flickered, and I saw it. 8 p.m. The office. A version of me slumped at this very desk, body convulsing, fingers clawing at the keyboard. My mouth stretched open too wide, jaw dislocated, and foam bubbled pink at the corners. The wedding ring tan line on my left hand caught the fluorescent light as my arm spasmed. Once. Twice. Then, nothing, just stillness. Eyes staring at nothing. Can you imagine watching yourself die? I pressed my palm against the cold monitor screen. The glass felt warm, wrong, like touching skin instead of plastic. But what I saw next made everything worse. Monitor 2 showed 11 p.m., the garage entrance. I walked through the door, alive, alert, carrying my thermos. I waved at the camera, clocked in, smiled. Both timelines. Oh God, both timelines were playing simultaneously. On monitor 3, a version of me wandered level 3, checking tire pressure with trembling hands. Monitor 4 showed another me standing motionless by the elevator on level 5, staring at the doors. Monitor 5 captured me sprinting down stairwell B, mouth open like I was screaming, though no sound played through the speakers. 5 versions. 5 different levels, all wearing the same uniform. All me. The timestamp in the corner of every screen blinked red. 2:11 a.m. Then reset. 2:11 a.m. Reset. 2:11 a.m. An infinite loop burning into the pixels, the numbers searing themselves into my vision until I couldn't look away. The disinfectant smell grew stronger, hospital thick, choking, and that's when I noticed what was inside my locker. My locker door swings open with a metallic groan. Inside, papers, medical documents I've never seen before, stacked in a manila folder that smells faintly of antiseptic. My hands shake as I lift them out. The paper feels too smooth, too clinical. Neurology Department, Northwest Medical Center. Patient name, Barnett Levi. Brain aneurysm. Cerebral. High rupture risk. The words blur together, but the date stamps sharp and clear. 3 weeks ago. Diagnosis date printed in red ink at the top. Below that, appointment reminders I never kept. Follow-up consultations marked MISSCD in angry capital letters. I didn't remember any of this, but I did, didn't I? The voicemail icon blinks on my phone, still clutched in my other hand. 23 messages. I scroll back through the dates. Dr. Sarah Chen, over and over. Her name repeating like a prayer I refuse to hear. My thumb hovers over the oldest one from 3 weeks ago. I press play. Mr. Barnett, this is Dr. Chen from Neurology. Your scan results are concerning. We need you in for surgery. Consult immediately. This isn't something you can postpone. Please call me back. Her voice sounds desperate, professional but fraying at the edges. But what came next made my blood run cold. I remember now. The notification lighting up my screen during a double shift. I'd swiped it away, deleted it, clocked in for overtime instead. The garage needed coverage. I needed the money. What would you have done? Chosen your health? Or chosen not to lose everything you'd already sacrificed for? I stumble backward, away from the locker, away from the evidence of my own stupid, stubborn denial. The elevator. I need out. Now. I slam my palm against the call button and the doors slide open immediately, too immediately. I step inside. The floor lurches beneath me as the car descends. Then it stops. Not at a floor, between them. The cables hum. Wrong. A frequency that vibrates in my teeth, in my skull. The walls feel close, too close. And the air, oh God, the air smells like blood and disinfectant. The lights flicker once, twice, and something wet drips from the ceiling onto my shoulder. The elevator shuddered and opened. Level 6. The doors split apart with a mechanical groan that sounded almost relieved, as if the machine itself had been holding its breath. I stumbled forward onto the concrete, gasping, tasting copper and exhaust fumes mixing in the back of my throat. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, but softer now, rhythmic, like a pulse. They were waiting for me, all of them. 4 versions of myself stood in a semicircle around spot 34. The black sedan sat silent in the center, engine cooling with soft metallic clicks. Each version wore the same uniform, the same exhausted expression, the same wedding ring tan line on the same left hand. They turned as one, stared at me with my own eyes. I opened my mouth to speak. We are neurons misfiring. The words came from all of them, from me. A chorus of fractured voices speaking in perfect unison, overlapping at the edges like radio static bleeding between stations. Can you imagine hearing your own voice split into harmony with itself? It's not an echo, it's recognition. The garage is the space between synapses. I stepped back. The concrete wall behind me felt wrong, warm. Not the cold cement it should be. I pressed my palm against it and felt something beneath the surface. A rhythm, slow and wet. But what they said next made my knees buckle. Spot 34 is the aneurysm rupture point. The black sedan is the ambulance we never reached. I looked down at the concrete. It wasn't gray anymore. It pulsed, contracted. The texture rippled like living tissue, veined and slick, the color of brain matter under surgical lights. The entire floor breathed beneath my feet. The walls exhaled moisture, wet, gray, alive, and I understood we were still inside my skull. The doppelganger from the sedan stepped closer, shoes silent on the wet concrete. His mouth moved. My mouth. Same lips, same scar on the lower one from biting during stress. You have two options, he said. His voice was mine but emptied out. Hollow. I couldn't breathe, didn't need to, I realized. My chest hadn't moved in. How long? Accept it, he continued. Clock out. Let the darkness come. He gestured toward the elevator where the time clock glowed faint red. Or refuse, loop forever, park at 1:55 a.m., drive in circles until synapses stop firing completely. That's not a choice, I whispered. It's the only one workaholics get. Headlights flared behind him. I flinched. More cars materialized across level 6, engines idling in unison, a low mechanical breathing that filled the space. Sedans, subs, a rusted pickup. Drivers sat motionless behind steering wheels, faces pale in the dashboard glow, watching, all of them watching me. The smell hit next. Gasoline mixed with that hospital disinfectant stench. Sterile. Wrong. Who are they? I asked, though part of me already knew. Attendants who couldn't leave, refused the clock, chose the loop. But the real horror hadn't fully surfaced yet. I stepped toward the black sedan. A piece of paper fluttered under the windshield wiper, trapped against cold glass. My fingers trembled as I pulled it free. The paper felt thin, fragile, like it might disintegrate. The handwriting was hurried, desperate. Don't stay. I did. I'm still here. Maya Tors. Still here, present tense. I scanned the cars again, searching faces in the dim light. Third row. A woman in a day shift uniform, hands frozen on the wheel, eyes open but unseeing. Her name tag caught the fluorescent glare. Maya. Can you imagine? Realizing your eternity is a parking spot, a timestamp, a loop you chose because letting go felt worse than staying. She's been here 8 months, the doppelganger said quietly. She thinks it's still her first night. My pulse should have spiked. Would have if I'd had one. The terror sat cold in my non-existent chest, spreading like frost. And that's when I understood what the choice really meant. I walked back to spot 34. The painted lines glowed under the fluorescent wash, brighter than they should have been. My boots scraped concrete that smelled wrong. Not just oil and exhaust, but something clinical. Antiseptic. Like they'd tried to scrub away something permanent. The doppelganger followed. Silent, I knelt, pressed my palm flat against the cold surface. The concrete was darker here, stained. Not just one shape, layered rings like tree growth, each a different timeline of something spilled. How many? My voice cracked. 12 attendants. He stood over me, hands in pockets. Heart attack, stroke, aneurysm. All died right here. All chose overtime over doctors. I stood. The idle engines behind me pulsed in rhythm. 1, 2, 3. Heartbeats I didn't have anymore. But what I found next made the air leave my lungs completely. I moved to the garage's edge, where the concrete barrier overlooked downtown. The city sprawled below, every window lit, every street visible. Traffic lights blinked yellow. A woman stood on the corner, arm raised to hail a cab. A cyclist leaned forward mid-pedal. None of them moved. Not a single person, not one car. "How long?" I whispered. "Since 2:11 a.m., the doppelganger said. "When your aneurysm ruptured, when you collapsed in the office." The world kept going, but not for you. I gripped the barrier. The metal bit into my palms, cold, real, solid. "I clocked in at 11, I said. "I walked through the door, I was breathing." "No," his voice was gentle, pitying. "You were already gone." The fluorescent lights hummed lower, deeper. The sound crawled inside my skull. And that's when I understood what the time clock had really been counting down to all along. The time clock hums against the wall. 2:11 a.m. blinks red. Over and over I stand there. How long? Minutes. Hours. Time doesn't work the same when you're already dead. My hand hovers over the button. Punch out, accept the darkness, let my neurons finally stop misfiring. Or punch in. Loop forever. Become the black sedan driver warning the next one who refuses to let go. The metal feels cold under my fingertip. Real. More real than anything since I collapsed at this desk. Can you imagine choosing your own eternity? Knowing the choice is final. I think about Maya Tours, about the 12 others who stayed, about the version of me who tried to warn himself and failed. I press the button. The screen glitches, pixels scattering like dying synapses. The red numbers fracture into static. The hum stops. Everything stops for a moment. Nothing. Just the smell of concrete and gasoline, just silence. But what happened next would change everything. The world blinks, and when it comes back, 1:55 a.m., I'm sitting behind the wheel of a black sedan. The leather smells like hospital disinfectant. My hands rest on the steering wheel, fingers I can't feel wrapped around something solid. The engine idles with a low purr that vibrates through the seat. Through the windshield, I see the security booth. Level 6, spot 34. The fluorescent lights flicker above. In the distance, footsteps echo. Someone's walking toward their shift, toward the time clock that's counting down to 2:11. I don't move, I just wait. The footsteps grow louder, closer. A figure appears at the edge of the concrete pillar. Young, tired, wearing the same uniform I wore, the same badge. They glance at my car. Our eyes meet through the glass. I reach for the window button, and I wonder if they'll listen. The backseat was empty. I checked the rearview mirror again, blinked hard. The worn leather seat stretched vacant in the yellow glow of passing streetlights. No businessman, no pressed charcoal suit, just gone. My foot eased off the accelerator. The Crown Victoria's engine hummed lower, a tired growl that matched the pulse hammering in my ears. I'd only looked away for 3 seconds, maybe 4, to merge onto the highway. He'd been there, silent as always, hands folded in his lap. Now nothing. The pine air freshener swung from the mirror, tick-tock, tick-tock. Its chemical sweetness couldn't mask the smell creeping through the cab. Something stale and wrong, like old sweat trapped in closed spaces. But the suitcase remained. Black leather, expensive looking, sitting upright on the seat where he'd placed it. I hadn't heard a door open, hadn't felt the rush of cold November air. The child locks were still engaged. I never turned them off after midnight fares. My hands tightened on the wheel. Slick. When had I started sweating? Behind me, Terminal 3 shrank into darkness, its fluorescent lights swallowed by distance. The highway stretched empty in both directions. No other headlights. No witnesses to whatever the hell just happened. I should pull over, call someone, but who? Michael would laugh, tell me I was working too many night shifts again. He was probably right. I was probably the suitcase. Moved. Not much. Just a subtle shift, like something inside had rolled from one end to the other. The leather creased, then smoothed. And then I heard it. Breathing. Slow. Rhythmic. The rise and fall of sleeping lungs muffled through expensive leather. Can you imagine that sound? That wet, living rhythm coming from luggage. I twisted in my seat, eyes locked on the case. The luggage tag dangled from its handle, spinning lazy circles in the air conditioning's breath. White cardstock, black ink. I leaned closer, squinting at the name printed there. Daniel Reeves, my name. But what I discovered in the side pocket would change everything. My mind raced back. 4 weeks earlier, before the suitcase, before everything. 2:47 in the morning, Terminal 3. I sat parked in the pickup zone, engine idling, watching fluorescent lights hum and flicker above empty pavement. The smell of burned rubber and jet fuel hung thick in the cold air. Monday nights were always dead after midnight, just me and the occasional red-eye arrival. The arrival's board blinked. Chicago. On time. 3 minutes later he appeared. Charcoal suit. Black leather suitcase. Mid-40s maybe. Clean-shaven face that gave away nothing. He opened the back door without a word, slid into my cab like he'd done it 1,000 times before. I glanced at the rearview mirror. Where to? He didn't answer, just held up his phone, screen facing me. An address glowed in white text. Oak Street, downtown. Okay, I said. Silence settled between us like fog. I pulled away from the curb, tires whispering against wet asphalt. Rain had stopped an hour ago, but everything still glistened under streetlights. I tried again. Business trip. Nothing. He stared out the window, hands folded in his lap. That's when I noticed it, a small scar on his left hand, pale, crescent-shaped, the kind that comes from something sharp. But what caught my attention wasn't the scar itself, it was how still he sat. No fidgeting, no phone scrolling, just waiting. The ride took 18 minutes. He paid cash, exact change, left without a word. I watched him disappear into a building I'd never remember the name of. Strange fare, I thought, nothing more, but the next Monday. 2:47 a.m. Terminal 3, Chicago flight. There he was again. Same suit, same suitcase, same silence. And the Monday after that. And the Monday after that, always the same, always silent. Always that scar catching the dashboard light. I should have felt relieved. A guaranteed fare every week. Easy money. Instead, something cold settled in my chest. Because routines are supposed to feel normal. This one felt like being watched. I called Michael at 3 in the morning. Daniel, his voice crackled with sleep and irritation. What's wrong? The phone felt cold against my ear, slick with sweat from my palm. That passenger I told you about, the Monday guy. I saw something on his phone screen. Okay, a yawn stretched through the line. My texts, Michael, private messages I sent you last week, word for word on his screen. The silence lasted too long. Then came the laugh, soft at first, building into something that made my stomach clench. Danny, come on. You probably just, I don't know, saw something similar and your brain filled in the rest. How many night shifts you working this week? I know what I saw. You're exhausted. You've been driving how many hours straight? 12, 14. The concern in his voice felt rehearsed, distant, like he was reading from a script titled How to Calm Your Paranoid Brother. This is different. Get some sleep. Seriously. When's the last time you took a day off? I opened my mouth, closed it. When was the last time? Yeah, Michael said, softer now. That's what I thought. Look, I've got an early meeting. We'll grab coffee this weekend, okay? The line went dead before I could answer. I sat in my taxi outside a darkened convenience store, engine ticking as it cooled. The streetlight above me buzzed, a steady, maddening hum that burrowed into my skull. My coffee had gone cold in the cup holder, a skin forming across the surface that caught the yellow light in oily swirls. Who else could I call? Who else was there? The truth settled like wet concrete in my chest. No one. There was no one else. I'd spent years perfecting the art of being alone, convincing myself it was safety, not isolation. Now I needed someone to believe me, and I'd built walls too high to climb. But what I'd seen on that screen would haunt me in ways I couldn't yet understand. I drove home as dawn bled gray across the skyline. My apartment building looked wrong in the early light, too sharp, too still, like a photograph of itself rather than the real thing. I parked in my usual spot and stared up at my fourth-floor window. The curtain hung exactly as I'd left it. Exactly. Inside my studio, everything smelled faintly of pine from the air freshener I kept by the door. I dropped my keys on the counter. They clattered too loud in the silence. The security camera. I'd installed it 6 months ago, one of those cheap models that sent alerts to my phone. Paranoia, Michael had called it. Waste of money. But now I pulled up the app and scrolled back through the footage, watching my empty door from the hallway perspective. Hours of nothing, just the occasional neighbor passing by. Linda Ochoa shuffling past with her grocery bags. The usual. I made fresh coffee and kept scrolling. Day after day of recorded stillness. My door remained closed, locked, untouched. So why did my apartment feel different every time I came home? I watched that grainy feed for hours, barely blinking until my eyes burned and the screen blurred. The coffee went cold again. I didn't care. Somewhere between exhaustion and obsession, I'd stopped being able to tell the difference. Every pixel mattered now. Every shadow in the hallway held potential answers. Tuesday afternoon footage loaded on my phone. 4:17 p.m. The hallway empty. Then a figure stepped into frame, wearing my jacket, using my walk, unlocking my door with a key. The figure paused before entering and for just a moment, less than a second, turned toward the camera. My face stared back at me through the screen. But the expression was all wrong, the smile too wide. The head tilted at an angle I'd never use, and he waved, directly at the camera, at me watching. As if he'd known all along I'd be here, in this exact moment, discovering him. The timestamp read 4 days ago. For days I'd been living in an apartment someone else had been inside. Someone wearing my face. Someone who wanted me to know. I drove home as dawn bled gray through the windshield, my hands still trembling from watching that footage. My own face, my own smile. Wrong. The key turned in the lock like always. The door opened onto silence. For a moment, just a breath, the familiar smell of stale coffee and old leather wrapped around me like safety. Then I stepped into the bathroom. The toothbrush sat on the left side of the sink. I always keep it on the right. Always. My hand hovered over it, not quite touching, as though the blue bristles might burn my fingers. Someone had used it. Someone had stood where I stood, looked into my mirror, brushed teeth that weren't theirs. Can you imagine that? The invasion of it. I backed into the kitchen. The fridge hummed its usual monotone, but when I opened it, oh God, organic milk, Greek yogurt, a carton of blueberries still dewy with condensation. I buy instant coffee and day-old sandwiches. Nothing fresh, nothing expensive, but what I found next made my skin go cold. My jacket, the brown leather one, draped over the chair like it belonged there. I lifted it to my face. The scent hit me like a fist. Sharp cologne, something woody and deliberate. I don't wear cologne, never have. The leather felt warm, as though someone had just taken it off. I moved through the apartment room by room. Closet, bedroom, the narrow space behind the shower curtain. Nothing, no one, just the wrongness settling into my bones like frost, the certainty that someone had been here, living my life with the volume turned just slightly off key. The coffee mug sat on the left side of the counter. I'm right-handed, and that's when I heard it, a key sliding into the lock behind me. I spun around. Empty hallway. Linda's door closing across the hall, the click of her deadbolt sliding home. Just the neighbor. My heart hammered against my ribs anyway. I locked myself inside and pulled up the security footage on my laptop. The screen's blue glow made my studio feel like a fishbowl. Cold coffee sat beside me, forgotten hours ago. I scrolled back through days of recordings, watching my own door from the camera's fixed angle. Monday, nothing. Tuesday. I worked the day shift that week, left at noon. The hallway stayed empty until 4 p.m. Someone walked up to my door, wearing my black jacket, my jeans, my face. The figure reached into a pocket, pulled out a key, and unlocked my door with their left hand. I'm right-handed, my throat closed. I watched me walk inside like he owned the place, because apparently he did. I fast-forwarded. 30 minutes later, the footage from my interior camera loaded. The doppelganger moved through my kitchen, opening cabinets with that same wrong hand. He poured a bowl of raisin bran. I hate raisin bran, always have. The smell makes me gag, but he ate it, slowly, methodically, like someone performing a role they'd studied. Then he settled on my couch and turned on the TV. Channel 47. Home improvement shows. I never watched that garbage. He sat there for 2 hours, unblinking, while some host renovated a bathroom. Everything he did was me, but wrong. A reflection that moved backwards. What would you do if you watched yourself living a life you'd never lived? I clicked to Wednesday's footage. Thursdays, Fridays. He came back every afternoon. Always 4 p.m. Always using the left hand to turn doorknobs, lift mugs, tie shoes. Each visit he stayed longer. But what I saw on Saturday's recording made my blood turn to ice water. He wasn't alone anymore. I parked across the street from my own building at 3:30. watched the entrance through fogged windshield glass. My breath came out in short bursts, and the cold settled into my bones like it belonged there. 4 o'clock passed. No one entered. By 4:15 I couldn't wait anymore. I crossed the street, unlocked my door with shaking hands. The apartment smelled like fresh coffee, dark roast, the kind that burns your throat. I never drink dark roast. The mug sat on the counter, still warm when I pressed my palm against the ceramic, steam rising in lazy spirals. He'd been here minutes ago, maybe seconds. I checked every room, closet, bathroom, under the bed, nothing, gone. I tried again Tuesday, arrived at 3:45 this time. But when I finally entered at 4:20, the coffee maker was still dripping, hot liquid pooling into the carafe. The sound filled the kitchen, drip, drip, drip. Each drop felt like a heartbeat I'd missed. Can you imagine chasing yourself through your own life and always arriving too late? But what happened next made everything worse. My phone buzzed Wednesday afternoon. Michael's text glowed on the screen. "Why'd you call me yesterday asking about Mom's recipe? You hate her cooking." I stared at the words. Yesterday afternoon I drove a lawyer to O'Hare, then a college student to Navy Pier. Then I pulled up my phone records with trembling fingers. There it was. 2:17 p.m. Call to Michael. Duration 6 minutes. I scrolled further. Calls to my bank, my landlord, numbers I didn't recognize. All made while I was behind the wheel, hands on leather, eyes on road. All in my voice. My throat tightened. He wasn't just living in my apartment anymore. He was living my entire life. And whatever he was building toward, I was running out of time to stop it. My phone vibrated at 3:27 in the morning. Michael's name glowed on the screen. He never called during my shift. Danny. His voice sounded hollow, stretched thin like old tape. "We need to talk." I pulled into a dark lot behind the Route 41 gas station. The fluorescent lights hummed their usual insect song through my windshield. "What's wrong?" "You came by yesterday afternoon." He paused. Static crackled between us. You sat on my couch, we talked for an hour." My hands went numb on the steering wheel. "Michael, I worked a double shift yesterday, 14 hours straight. You told me about that camping trip when Dad left us alone overnight, when I got scared of the raccoons." The pine air freshener swung from my mirror, releasing its chemical sweetness. "We never went camping," I said. My voice didn't sound like mine. "Dad took us fishing twice, that's it." "Danny, I remember, you were there, you laughed about it, said I cried for 3 hours." Can you imagine forgetting your own childhood? Watching someone else's memories replace yours? "What are you on?" Michael's words cut sharp. "Pills, something else, because this isn't exhaustion anymore." But the real question was worse than that. "I'm not using anything," I whispered. The coffee stains on my dashboard looked wrong suddenly. Too many rings. Had there always been that many? "Then why don't you remember visiting me?" His breathing came faster now. "Why are you saying things that didn't happen?" "Happened." My throat closed. "Because what if I was wrong? What if the camping trip was real and my memory had holes I'd never noticed? What if I'd been losing pieces of myself for weeks and never knew?" "Michael," the line went dead. I sat in the dark trying to remember my father's face, trying to remember what was real. My own past felt like fog now, slipping through my fingers every time I reached for it. And that's when I realized the worst part. If my memories were lies, then who was I? I couldn't trust my memories anymore. So maybe I could trust the evidence. I pulled into the empty lot behind the Route 41 gas station, killed the engine. The suitcase sat in the back seat where the passenger had vanished, and yes, it was still moving, rising, falling like lungs. My hand went to my jacket pocket for my keys. They were there, right where they should be, but my fingers trembled as I reached for the suitcase anyway, dragging it into the front seat. The leather was warm, body temperature warm. The smell hit me then, that familiar cologne I'd noticed in my apartment, the one I didn't own, sharp and citrusy and wrong. The clasps clicked open too easily. Inside, oh God, my wallet. The brown leather one with the coffee stain on the corner, my keys. The rabbit's foot keychain Michael gave me 10 years ago, my phone. The cracked screen protector I'd been meaning to replace for months. I patted my pockets again, frantic. Felt the weight of my wallet, my keys, my phone, all still there. All exactly where they belonged. Can you imagine holding your own possessions and finding them in two places at once? But that wasn't the worst part. White squares scattered across the passenger seat as I lifted the wallet out. Polaroids. Maybe 20 of them. They fell like snow face up, and every single one showed the same thing. Me, asleep, behind the wheel of my taxi. What I saw in those photos would make me question every moment I thought I'd been alone. The first photo showed me slumped at a red light, head tilted back against the headrest. Streetlight glare on the windshield. The angle was from outside, passenger side window. Someone had stood right there, right beside my car, close enough to touch the glass. I shuffled through them. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, me at another red light, eyes closed, mouth slightly open. Me parked at Terminal 3, head against the window. The timestamp on the dashboard clock read 3:14 a.m. Me at the gas station. This one was different. The camera angle was from inside the car. The back seat. They'd been inside. I flipped through faster, photo after photo, different nights, different locations, always the same, me unconscious, vulnerable, unaware. The photos had a quality to them, a clarity that said they weren't taken hastily. Someone had framed each shot, waited for the right moment, the right light. How many times had I fallen asleep at red lights thinking I was alone? How many nights had I nodded off during long airport waits? How long had they been watching? The last photo made my stomach drop. It was taken from outside my apartment door, through the peephole, reversed. The angle showed my security camera and me, asleep on my couch, pizza box on my chest. But here's what made my skin crawl. I was holding my phone up, screen glowing, taking a selfie in my sleep. My thumb was on the button, but I don't take selfies. I never take selfies. Something crinkled at the bottom of the suitcase. Paper. I pulled it out, unfolded it with numb fingers. Handwritten. My handwriting, it was a schedule, my schedule, every fare, every stop, every bathroom break. 4 weeks of my life documented in my own handwriting in pen I didn't remember holding. At the bottom, one line, phase 2 complete. Monday reset. Monday. Tomorrow was Monday. 2:47 a.m. pickup at Terminal 3. And that's when I noticed what was tucked beneath the paper, something that would prove I wasn't the one being replaced. I drove straight to my apartment. No thinking, just moving. The hallway smelled like burnt popcorn and lemon cleaner, familiar and real. My key scraped into the lock, turned. Nothing. I tried again. The metal refused to give. Wrong apartment. No Unit 213, same chipped paint on the door frame where I'd bumped it moving in. I jiggled the key harder. The lock didn't recognize me. "Can I help you?" Mr. Patterson stood at the end of the hall, arms crossed. My landlord, gray cardigan, coffee mug in hand. "My key, it's not working. I need to get into my apartment." He squinted at me. "Your apartment?" "Yes, 213. I've lived here 3 years. Son, Daniel Reeves terminated his lease 3 days ago." Patterson's voice stayed flat, matter of fact. "Moved out completely. Handed me the keys himself." The floor tilted beneath me. No, I didn't. Signed all the paperwork, left the place spotless." But what he said next made my blood turn to ice. Seemed in a real hurry to leave, actually. Said something about starting fresh. I backed away from my own door. The walls pressed closer. What would you do if everyone insisted you'd done things you never did? If your entire life rewrote itself while you were driving? My phone, Michael. My brother would know my voice. I called him with shaking hands. The phone pressed cold against my ear. 3 rings. "Hello? Michael, it's me, it's Daniel." Silence stretched too long, way too long. "I'm sorry, who is this?" "Daniel, your brother, Michael, please." "I don't." "Your voice." "That's not." He paused, breathing shallow. "Who are you?" The phone slipped from my fingers, clattered on the tile. Michael didn't recognize my voice anymore. I looked down at my left hand. Under the fluorescent lights, I saw it clearly for the first time. The scar. Monday, 2:47 a.m. Terminal 3 again. I parked in the pickup zone like muscle memory commanded. The fluorescent lights hummed their familiar dead insect chorus. My left hand gripped the steering wheel, and the scar caught the overhead glare. Small, precise, on the exact spot I'd memorized weeks ago. The businessman emerged through the sliding doors, but everything was wrong. He stumbled toward my taxi, eyes wide, scanning the empty pickup lanes like something might follow him. His suit hung wrinkled. Sweat darkened his collar despite the October chill seeping through my cracked window. He yanked the rear door open, breathing hard, ragged gasps that fogged the rearview mirror. "Thank God you're here," he said. His voice. Oh God, his voice. "Someone has been impersonating me for 6 weeks." The words tumbled out, desperate, pleading. They knew my schedule, my passwords, they wore my face. I couldn't breathe. The pine air freshener smell turned chemical, suffocating. He leaned forward between the seats. "You have to believe me. I'm the real." I raised my left hand. Showed him the scar. He stopped, stared, then slowly. He raised his own left hand. The same scar, same placement. What would you do? Can you even imagine that moment when you realize you might not be you? But here's what I understood then in that humming, fluorescent silence. It didn't matter anymore which of us was real. We were both replacements now. Both passengers in someone else's pattern. He slumped back into the worn leather seat. I put the taxi in drive. "Where to?" I asked, because what else do you say when your existence dissolves? He didn't answer. Neither did I expect him to.